regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. All board members are present. We will now approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Trustee Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Bishop. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Oral communication on closed session items. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on closed session items only. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. Do we have any speakers? No speakers. We will now adjourn to closed session in accordance with the following. Government Code Section 3549.1D and 54957.6, collective bargaining employee negotiations, agency negotiators Fagan, Friedman, and Fullfrost, LLP, and Adam Silva and McNally, LLP, employee organizations, Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Chula Vista Educators, non-represented employees, and Administrators Association, Chula Vista. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Government Code Section 54957A allows for discussion of potential threats to the security of buildings, services, or public's access to services or facilities. Note: the Chief of Police, a deputy security consultant, or security operations manager must participate in that portion of the closed session. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2024050011. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2024060665, and Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2024070131. We now reconvene to open session with all board members present. Closed session announcements will be made by Clerk Tamayo.
Thank you, Madam President. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, existing litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2024-07-0131. On the motion by Member Bishop, second by Member Fernandez, the Board approved the settlement agreement by the following vote. Ayes: Ugarte, Fernandez, Tamayo, Bishop, Dominguez, Cervantes. Government Code, Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, existing litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2024-06-0665. On the motion by Member Fernandez, second by Member Dominguez Cervantes, the Board approved the settlement agreement by the following vote. Ayes: Ugarte, Fernandez, Tamayo, Bishop, Dominguez Cervantes. Government Code, Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, existing litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2024-05-0011. On the motion by Member Tamayo, second by Member Bishop, the Board approved the settlement agreement by the following vote. Ayes: Ugarte, Fernandez, Tamayo, Bishop, Dominguez, Cervantes. That is all I have to report, Madam President.
Thank you.
President Ugarte, it's my pleasure today to, in recognition of the United States who sent 500 athletes to Paris, who brought home 126 medals, and to our country and to my father who served 21 years in the Navy, and everyone in our armed forces and who do our due diligence, it's my pleasure to present the San Isidro Color Guard. I'd like everyone to put their right hand over their heart and have the Color Guard lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Color. Forward. March. Left. Right. Color guard. Halt. Right. Face. Forward. March. Left. Right. Right. Right, left, 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 right.
With that, the open session of the regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. Dr. Reyes?
Yeah, I just want to thank the San Isidro High School Color Guard for coming here and supporting us. I just want to say, don't be shy. That I want to especially thank Lieutenant Commander Lohmeyer. She is an amazing instructor. I had the privilege of working with her, and when we talk about changing lives and shaping lives. She is an amazing and truly inspirational instructor and human being. Thanks so much, and thank you for your students who came in on their own time. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Clerk Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Bishop. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Communication to the Board of Education. Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Miss Angela Reed.
Good evening. The start of the school year, are we on? The start of the new school year is a busy time for us all. I'm particularly eager to see the results from the district's investment in dedicated time to provide professional development and collaboration to paraprofessional educators. I am also looking forward to further work on the methods used to assign classified human resources to school sites. Unfortunately, in the first few weeks of this school year, I'm increasingly concerned by what appears to be a somewhat laissez-faire approach to the assignment of tasks to classified employees. Classified employees are being placed in roles that are not consistent with job descriptions, and CVCEO sees this as problematic for a few reasons. Job descriptions are an important resource which benefits both the district and the employee. For the district, it defines the roles and responsibilities to be filled by the employee and establishes a clearly defined set of attributes to which the employee is assessed and held accountable. It enables the district to know what it is expected to receive and what it rightfully should demand. However, job descriptions are not a one-way agreement. To the classified employee, they provide clarity and protection. Clarity, and that they provide guidance as to what the employee needs to focus on and be ready to accomplish as part of that employee's duties. Job descriptions also help employees prioritize activities, as schools are dynamic environments often requiring teachers, staff, and students to adapt on the fly. Currently, there is increasing utilization of classified staff outside of their job descriptions. Some examples are custodians forced to put, illegally I might add, traffic cones in the street, directing traffic at corners or in the parking lot, noon duties assigned to monitor gates during ingress, paraeducators monitoring front of school for traffic support, or assigned recess duty with no certificated staff present. Even expected to be the teacher of an entire class by themselves. Library staff asked to teach VAPA rotation, or secretaries tasked with supervising students in the office. These examples are just the tip of the iceberg of the inappropriate use of classified employees. Such assignments do not respect the agreed upon roles and responsibilities from the job description and places an unfair burden on the classified employee. The classified employee becomes accountable to arbitrary requirements, often made up on the fly and not formally vetted or agreed to. I find it particularly galling that such redirects are normal for classified employees, but are absolutely not normal for certificated staff. As you have heard me emphasize many times, equitable treatment of classified employees is one of my highest priorities. My expectation is that roles and responsibilities, the realm of job descriptions, be as respected for classified employees as they most clearly are for certificated staff. The practice of identifying a need and retasking a classified person to fill that need when it is completely outside of that person's job description is unfair and needs to stop today. Classified employees are not multi-tools, and it is not appropriate to treat us as such. As always, I look forward to working with the district as well as specific school sites to find solutions to the gaps in support. Solutions that maintain equity and respect for classified employees and correspondingly their job descriptions. Thank you.
Thank you. Chula Vista Educators, Miss Rosie Martinez.
No, because I need more than 5 minutes. Just kidding. How can I have 6? No, I'm just kidding. All right, good evening. Welcome to the new school year. As a teacher, I understand how exciting the start of the school year can be. Setting up a classroom, preparing materials to welcome a new group of students is invigorating, but also very time-consuming. So much so that most of us spend days preparing prior to the school year. And sadly, this year we had 16 teachers notified that they were displaced the day before they were supposed to report back. This created a lot of confusion and anxiety that impacted not only those teachers, but their entire campus. You've heard me say before that our teachers commit themselves not only to their students, but to their school sites. They become part of that community. And to move them around like this impacts everyone. We understand the unpredictability of numbers and the need to be flexible, but enrollment is not that unpredictable. This district has simply failed to look at realistic trends and practical strategies to better prepare for staffing. It is very difficult for us to accept that you did not know how many teachers you needed at each campus until the day before the school year began. Giving these teachers only one day to move and set up is not sufficient to compensate for the disruption that this poor planning created. I ask that you consider giving them at least an additional day to pay to make up for the time that they spent adapting to this last-minute change. I mentioned the time needed to be spent on preparing. This includes a lot of careful and thoughtful planning of activities and lessons before students even show up. The challenge that we have faced this year is the new common assessment requirement. Although we agree that there is a need to assess our students to guide our instruction, the rollout has been less than ideal. These assessments take 30 to 40 minutes one-on-one with each student. In our primary classrooms, students are not yet independent enough to be productive while teachers are at the back table with one student at a time. This, instead of taking the time needed to establish routines and procedures, as well as beginning instruction that teachers spent so much time preparing for. Some teachers resort to having students on their computers, and you all know how I feel about that. But that is not as an easy a solution as it sounds, because most of our primary students still need help logging onto their computers. What this is creating is frustration and anxiety for both the students and the teachers, and a high number of behavior concerns. On top of that, the platform in which teachers are expected to submit those scores isn't even up and running yet. To add another layer to that, many teachers have not yet received their math or reading student books. Teachers cannot focus on rigorous instruction without the needed time and materials to do their job. And going back to the topic of time, I also want to bring up to your attention the amount of time that is required to complete the yearly training courses on JPA. These mandated trainings are a minimum of 4.5 hours for each of our educators. Most administrators provided this time during the first prep days, but some did not. The messaging to administrators was that there was no agreement with CVE that this time would be provided to our members. When asked about this, some teachers were told that they were expected to complete them anyway because they are professionals. And I want to be very clear that precisely because we are professionals, we should not be expected to complete mandated trainings on our own time. Actually, no trainings should be expected to be done on our own time. I'm very happy to see the ISS team created voluntary trainings after school. The problem is that this creates inequity. If teachers cannot attend optional trainings outside of their contract day, then they miss out on the opportunity to build capacity, which in turn makes their students miss out on new learning. If the district prioritizes rigorous instruction, then the time must be carved out for these learning opportunities for our teachers. I want to thank Trustee Dominguez Cervantes for your support in this and for always listening to our concerns. And lastly, I want to thank Trustee Fernandez for his quick response to my concerns around the conditions of our playgrounds in the West Side schools. I want to thank President Ugarte and Trustee Tamayo for taking the time to go with me to some of these schools to look at these issues. For our TK and kinder students, their outside recess is part of their instructional minutes. Having a broken slide that instead of being fixed gets boarded up so that students can't use it for an entire school year is absolutely unacceptable in any campus, especially on the West Side where kids don't have access to neighborhood parks. Just as we expect our classrooms to be well supplied with curriculum for learning, so should our play areas for our youngest students in their most crucial years of development. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Ugarte, I still haven't come to the point where I can say I'm not a rookie, but what would be the next step on some of these concerns that the speaker?
Dr. Reyes, as he's taking notes, he follows up with the labor partners.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Administrators Association Chula Vista, Ms. Teresa Corona.
Good evening, President Ugarte, Dr. Reyes, and members of the board. We've just wrapped up the 16th day of the school year, and I want to take a moment to recognize the amazing work that principals do to kick off a new year and welcome back their staff, their students, and their families. Sometimes the behind-the-scenes work our members put in goes unnoticed, preparing everything from classrooms to schedules, welcoming our teachers, our staff, our parents and students, and setting the tone for a great start of the year. I've seen my colleagues in action, and I have to say they do put in the work at their schools to foster those fantastic starts. Tonight, you will hear about the district's rigorous Learning for All academic plan, and I want to take the time to highlight just how vital our members are to its success. One component of AACV's vision is that we are dedicated to empowering our members to provide the best possible public school education for all students. And we are fully committed to that vision. Principals really are the cornerstone of their schools. Their leadership, dedication, and ability to inspire their teams are what will truly bring out the changes and shifts of the rigorous Learning for All plan. At the school level, our members are aligning their goals with district objectives and initiatives, implementing innovative strategies to enhance teaching and learning, fostering inclusive and supportive environments, engaging with parents, students, and the community to build those strong partnerships to bring the plan to fruition. And for our principals to carry out this ambitious plan effectively, they need continued clarity and thorough direction from the district leadership. Clear guidelines, well-defined objectives will empower our members to communicate the plan's goals to our staff and develop those strategies to carry out the plan. And the success of this academic improvement plan depends on ongoing support from our district leadership, that continued opportunities for us to grow professionally, to access resources and tools necessary for effective implementation, and to just keep those lines of communication open with district leadership to our members that are doing a lot of the work at the school sites to carry out the plan. And I think it goes back to the professional partnership term that I've used for many, many times in addressing the board, and that continued clarity that AACV has asked for. And I do want to recognize that we have a lot more clarity and direction in the work that we're doing this year, but want to recognize that principals are a big part of the rigorous plan, the rigorous Learning for All plan, and that needs to continue for us to be able to work this effectively and give our students that opportunity to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Oral communications. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on non-agenda items. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. We have 4 speakers. First, we have Ms. Jacqueline Gonzalez.
Good evening, Board of Education, CBSD parent community. I feel so unprepared to be here today. I just made up my speech, but I am a very involved parent in our community, as everybody knows. I'm actually the only parent in the CBSD community that ran for school board in 2022 with actual children in our district. I want to remind our CBSD parent community that there are groups of community members who have their saying in politics, and I want all of you to take this from me. I do not trust anybody in this community when it comes to politics. There has been people coming my way to be campaign managers going against Trustee Fernandez. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in your monies. I am just not interested in the politics. I am here as an ally for the parent community and for our children. But the reason why I'm here today, it's because Trustee K. Bishop, at a Democrat meeting back in 2022, you told your committee that Trustee Bunker was running against 2 crazy ladies. And that portion to that craziness to me was that I'm crazy because I believe that God is gonna fix everything, which if you ask someone of faith, it's facts, you know? But again, you have your very own beliefs and that's on you. But I do want to remind you, and I want to remind the entire Board of Education, that I am still a parent of a CBSE student, that you're talking about someone at the district that you got elected to serve. That just doesn't look so good on you. Now, when it comes to the political agendas that you bring to the table, you know, you do you, whoever you are, however you identify yourself as, you do you. But when it comes to our children, I suggest you keep those agendas for another office, not CVSD. There are a lot of parents that keep reaching out to me, and they're just very uncomfortable. And if you can take this this from me, and I'm not here to be a hater because I am not a hater, but I think there needs to be some healing within you because you are trying to polarize an entire community with your own beliefs. And in the end, I'm the parent of the children. I am the one that decides what my children get to, I'm sorry, just, thank you.
Thank you. Charmaine Estolano.
Good evening, board members, staff, and community. My name is Charmaine Estolano, and I'm a candidate for seat 2. As a parent and grandparent, I've had the privilege of watching multiple generations grow and learn in the classrooms of CVSD, including myself. I deeply value the education our schools provide, but today I'm here to discuss the critical issue of parental rights. In elementary school, our children are at a formative stage in their lives. These are the years when they develop not only academically, but also socially and emotionally. As parents, we are their first and most enduring teachers. and it is our responsibility to guide them through these crucial years with love and care. It is essential that we, as parents, are fully involved in the decisions that shape our children's education. Whether it's the curriculum, teaching methods, or discussions around values and social issues, our input is vital. We trust our educators, but that trust must be coupled with transparency and open communication. We need to ensure that parents have a say in what their children are learning and how they are being prepared for the future. I believe in a partnership between parents and schools, a partnership where our voices are not just heard but valued. We must work together to create an environment where every child can thrive, and that starts with respecting and upholding the rights of parents. I urge the board to reinforce policies that prioritize parental involvement, ensuring that our concerns are addressed and our role in our children's education is honored. Let's continue to build a community where parents and educators collaborate for the betterment of our children's future. Again, my name is Charmaine Estolano for Seat 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Roxanne Palestino.
Good evening, CVSD parent community, Board of Education, and Superintendent Dr. Reyes. My name is Roxanne Palestino, and I'm a very involved special needs parent. First, I want to express my gratitude to the CVSD for finally releasing a CAC application. While the Community Advisory Committee was supposed to be up and running by May, I have faith that you will appoint members as soon as possible. There are currently 7 open seats that need to be filled, 5 for parents of students with disabilities, 1 for a special education teacher, and another for a general education teacher. I strongly urge you to choose members who will be actively present. The CAC is not just a formality. It is vital for ensuring that services are delivered effectively and that the community's voice is heard. The CAC roles includes advising on resources allocation, setting priorities, and ensuring that services are accessible and culturally appropriate. Their involvement ensures that our decisions are informed by diverse perspectives and that we remain accountable to those we serve. I also want to invite parents to the next CAC meeting in October. Finally, I want to express my support for Trustee Francisco Tamayo. I believe he truly is for the people and committed to the best interest of our students and families. Don't forget to vote November 5th. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Mariana Saponara. Mariana Saponara. Please.
Good evening, Dr. Reyes, school board members, and community. My name is Mariana Saponara. I'm a retired educator from the San Isidro School District and Jason's teacher. A few days ago, okay? Well, anyway, my theme is student safety. I'm a member of the senior citizen group. We call ourselves the Nacion Avenue Crusaders. Our concern is student safety. Dr. Reyes, we're hoping that you and the school board can support our effort to keep students safe walking to the various schools in this area. Not only are we representing Nacion Avenue, which is, I call it the Bonneville Salt Flats Audubon of Chula Vista, but also J Street. J Street is the culprit. I'm holding, and all of you will be getting this. This came from Lieutenant Rusty Ree. He put his little radar trailer there, and the week of March 18th to the 25th, 16,122 cars raced down Nacion. One was in excess of 82 miles an hour. We feel that's a little bit too much. And so we're asking for your support, Doctor, when you speak to Maria Cacciatordian, the city manager. Here is the proof. We do not want another death. We had a 15-year-old student killed on Nacion in 2012. We had a jogger on April the 3rd at 10 minutes to 4, run over on the sidewalk in front of 760 Nacion. Blood was splattered all over the sidewalk. I happened to be there, and I interviewed the police officer and the owner of that house. The driver was driving under the influence, and he smashed, not only did he hit the jogger, but he hit the lady's car. So we are very much alarmed with this problem. And remember, the cars are coming off of J Street. And that's where the problem is. It's 4,000 kids coming out at the same time. And Jason knows I was a principal in San Ysidro, and I've been around the block a few times. And we don't want another accident to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Reyes, is that something we can follow up on? I know that I asked about this a few months ago.
Yeah, so I have had discussions with Maria Cacciatorian.
Okay.
And I can continue to have those conversations. You know, even though it's a city matter,
Sure.
you know, because of the close proximity to one of our schools.
We have several because of this J Street.
Correct.
here. Right.
Well, we have Hilltop and Hillcrest, so there's a proximity to schools.
Yes, our
Then
schools.
and then yes, I will continue to bring it up.
Thank you.
All right, oral presentations and written reports. The district safety health update, Mr. Romero.
President Ugarte, our superintendent, Dr. Reyes, board members, community, my teacher, Marianne Saponara. It's my pleasure today to present our safety update. If there's anything wrong, you know where to blame, okay? Blame her. So safety update for our district. As the board has prioritized many things throughout my tenure here, safety has been one of the most critical ones, and we want to continue to address it. So one of the things we have really been a trailblazer in is our workplace violence prevention strategy. So as this is a new program, we are going to make sure that we are having often updates and corrections to what we're doing. But some of the things that we just wanted to share with you tonight is so far we have trained over 1,900 employees in our workplace safety violence. We now have a video that we created and uploaded into our JPA library. And we are now super fortunate that we are making this year a learning year with our union leadership. Although all of our problems won't be solved tonight, we're committed to making sure that our district is safe. So one of the things that we have put into place is our injury illness prevention plan. So that was revised this month. We have now a acting workplace violence prevention form. We've created a workplace violence frequently asked questions. And then, as I mentioned, we've uploaded the video to our JPA Learning Library. So all of this is in our website, under our risk management, and the section is workplace violence. We're going to provide regular updates to the board. We're thinking about quarterly would be appropriate as we get these reports in and then respond to them. So after getting direction from the board, it would be my recommendation that we provide quarterly reports, but the decision ultimately lies with you. So one of the things that we're super excited about is offering a safety and security training menu to our school sites. So sorry for the small font here, but we want to just show that on the graph to the left, you have a training, what the training would be. So incident management training, so basically like a training 101. We offer that in person and virtual, 45 minutes. Stop the bleed. So Ahmed is trained in Stop the Bleed, so he can do that in person at school sites or in any department, and that training is 45 minutes. Ajax, our new software that we're using with the app, we can do that both in person or virtual. It's a 30-minute training done by Ahmed. Preparedness drills, so our threat of violence, missing student, power outages, we do those in person, 60 minutes, and it can be done in 2 30-minute sessions. Ahmed and Darren are offering that training. Emergency action plans, so working with our school sites and creating those emergency action plans, both virtual or in person. Once again, 60 minutes can be divided up into 2 sessions. our school site safety plans done either virtual or in person, 30 minutes in session, and that's done by Darren. Two of the bottom ones we're super excited about because we want to offer these to all of our employees and eventually branch it out to our communities. The first is a basic self-defense class. So both of our safety czars in our district are trained as self-defense coordinators and instructors. So we're wanting to provide in-person self-defense classes. I see the superintendent might be interested in leading one of those classes as well. 60-minute sessions, and those can be divided up into two. And the next one is super exciting. So you've heard about our CPI, our Crisis Prevention Institute. This is very similar training, but for adult to adult, and it's called verbal judo. What verbal judo is absolutely, if anyone knows judo is how to respond without attacking, right? It's basically how to do that. So this is basically verbal judo. And we have Ahmed and Darren, who are, I combined you guys, Ahmed and Darren, who are trained in verbal judo to help so what language can we use to de-escalate the situation? So we can do those online or in person, and those are 60 minutes, can be divided up into two. So basically, we're going to be sending these out to all of our principals and to our school sites, and we can offer classes, and they can sign up for these things, but we're calling it our safety and security training menu. To the right of this is really a flow chart, and this is really more of an internal document that we're going to be providing to our school sites, where one of the biggest questions is, something happens at our school site, who do we notify, right? Is it, if it's an emergency, life-threatening, of course, emergency response system. If it's a priority but not life-threatening, then it's us at the district office. And then a flow chart about each problem and who will be able to handle that. This is we're just finished creating this, but one of the things we're prioritizing is making an example of when you would call this. So if it's a knife on campus or a weapon on campus, this is who you call. If there's someone who fell off a monkey bar and they're on the floor, this is who you call. So we're going to prioritize putting those real examples into that and share that with the schools by the end of next week. So two of the things that came up at our safety committee discussions and are parts of our contract that we want to make sure that we're prioritizing was in CVE, Article 14 safety, and CVCEO, Article 10.5 in safety. So both of these are where we're addressing items in our contract that relate to guarantees that our contract have. So CVE reached out to our risk management department, and so Jenny Vignac has sent out all the electronic PDFs to the school sites. And so those are information that our school sites will have and be able to disseminate to their teachers. And then in Article 10.5 of the safety, with our CVCO contract, it's all affected unit members shall be notified the district of violent behavior of any student assigned or being assigned to them immediately upon assignment or knowledge of this behavior. So all of these notifications, we're ensuring that our staff is prepared, but also a follow through on what happens when these emergencies or situations do occur. Alrighty, any questions?
We have one speaker, Kara Good.
Superintendent Reyes, board members, and cabinet members. My name is Kara Good, and I'm here to follow up on a matter I spoke about earlier this year. I addressed the board regarding using schools as polling places and was informed that schools are required to be used as polling places. Following that meeting, I followed up with State Senator Padilla's office, who referred me to Orlando Bermeo at the San Diego County Registrar's office. Mr. Bermeo confirmed that when the registrar's office calls the district requesting a list of predetermined schools to be used as polling places, the district is required by law to abide. However, Mr. Bermeo informed me that an annual letter is distributed to all districts and superintendents providing options to schools being used as polling places. I will read a portion of this year's letter dated August 8, 2024 from the California Department of Education. Your local elections official may ask you to make your public school campus available for use as a polling location. The law allows you to decide how best to comply with the request to meet the needs of your community. 3 options are available under the law, Elections Code 12283. 1, leave the school open and in session while a specific area of the school is designated as a polling location or vote center. 2, designate the day as a staff training and development day. Or 3, choose to close the school to students and non-classified employees. In light of the contentious political environment and the fact that there have been 26 shootings on K through 12 school grounds as of July 11th of this year, according to a report by CNN, I do not understand why the district chooses to have our students on campus when there are other options. In Liberty's case, where my child attends, the designated polling place is attached to the school. I'm requesting the district consider designating election days as professional development days, option 2, or closes the school, option 3. We have room in our calendar to utilize option 2 or 3. Thank you for your time and for considering my request regarding our students' safety.
Thank you. Board questions or comments regarding the safety report?
Couple of questions. The training that you listed as being available, like the verbal judo, is that an in-person or video? I can't.
So we do it either way. So we can do it in the online or in person. So one of the things that we're trying to do is prioritize the immediate availability if like 2 school sites wanted to do it on the same day. So if 2 school sites wanted to do it on the same day, we might do it online. If there's a single school site and they want to do it in person, we're open to do it in person.
So that a survey or something's going to go out of the schools?
Yeah, we're going to send
to
it out
see?
to our principals and then have them basically able to offer it to their school sites.
Okay,
Yes.
that was one. And our speaker, Ms. Kara Good, did bring up a good point about the polling places. I did speak with Dr. Reyes about it on Friday on my one-on-one, and I don't know if we were able to follow up or if that's not an option. What can we share with our community about that?
Yeah, so a couple of things. You know, we do have to look at to close the school, or so basically for it to be not a non-instructional day for students means that we may not be in compliance with the required instructional minutes for the year. So so that would be an issue for students, because we would have to, for that particular school, we would have to somehow make up that time. However, what we can do, and if Mr. Romero and the safety team can look at how can we make the designated place where the polling is to take place a safe place where they don't have access, the people voting do not have access to the main campus. For example, that they only have access to where the polling booths are, not onto the main campus. Or what can we do to make it more secure?
Right. I am very familiar with the site that Ms. Kara Good is at, because that's where my grandchildren went. And I also have happened to be the precinct inspector for that polling site several times. So I do know that the last cycle, the principal worked really hard to make it as unavailable to the students as possible. But in spite of that, adults still had access to the children. So I'd look forward to see how our district can work with the sites that, and maybe that's something we still need to check on all the sites to see just exactly what kind of exposure that they have, and if we need to look at those other 2 options that were presented. And it is a very contentious time, so that makes it, that I think the risk is elevated for everyone involved, not just the students, the staff, everyone.
Absolutely.
Now, how soon do you think we can get back some kind of input?
So what we'll do is I'll ask the safety team, because if we, yes, the principals do a wonderful job in taking care of their campuses, but they need support from the districts.
Right.
So we'll send our security to safety and security team to support the principals, and together with not just the site administrator, but also district staff, see what we can do and what resources we can provide the school sites.
And possibly even the site individuals,
Correct,
parents.
correct.
Thank you.
Any idea how many school sites will be using as polling places?
I don't have that information. I can find out and put it on
Yeah.
the weekly.
Mm-hmm.
I had a question about the training. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I always appreciate the fact that we have a safety and health update. It really makes me happy that that's still something on our agenda. So in terms of the online training, is that only excuse me, is that only happening live, or is there any place on the on our website where we can have some of these trainings to be accessed at people's leisure? For example, a board member that might be interested in verbal judo training, because that sounds super cool, for example. Or do we need to get involved with one of the sites in order to kind of hitch our wagons to that particular site?
So currently, the plan was online and in-person live sessions, but I'll refer to Darren and Ahmed and see if we can create some videos for it.
That'd be fantastic. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
And thank you for all your work on that.
Thank you.
As we continue to look at different trainings, one of the concerns that was raised today by CVE, and I believe that this is also an issue with all our labor partners, is when do they do these trainings? Is there enough time in the day to do these trainings, and how do we prioritize these trainings? Because they're great and they're needed, but when do we have enough time as we wrestle with instructional minutes to have all these trainings, and which ones do we prioritize, and how do we do that? It's some of the questions that I have in my mind as we develop more trainings and we are being asked to put more trainings into the plates of our employees, is when do those trainings happen?
Yeah. Without a doubt, one of the things that we've explored is maximizing the principal's like time for professional development. And so the conversation with the safety team was creating these 30-minute sessions. So if the PD is, for example, 2 hours, we want to make sure that if we want to do a hour-and-a-half PD and then have a 30-minute training safety session, that would be it. It's not going to be where somebody has to give up their time to do this on their watch, right? If we're prioritizing it at the school site and at the district level, we want to make sure that we provide them the time to do that.
So if the district is prioritizing these trainings, does the time for these trainings come out of the principal's pool, or do they come out of the staff pool?
Right. So yes, they come out of the principal pool. So that's where I talked about, like, if there was a 2-hour training day, an hour and a half could be on that professional development, and then the 30 minutes could be on this training. But yes, out of the principal or district time, yes.
Okay. Obviously, we need to look at that, because also principals want to have some time to do their things, right? Their trainings and have their own sessions. So as we balance these trainings, we need to look at, is there another training that maybe we need to take off the table and make this a priority right now because of the safety concerns. So as you continue to think of this, I appreciate you bringing up this new training, and I appreciate your teacher being here so we can tell her how wonderful of a job she did with you.
Thank you.
That's you, Miss Mariana.
She knows. I don't know. I hear many things from many people.
Oh.
Remember, I'm from the Bronx.
I too want to thank you for the presentation, and I also want to thank you for, and Ms. Venyak for, and Mr. Wiggins for inviting me to the implementation of the JPA training. And I do want to note that I appreciate the fact that AACV was working to look at solutions with CVE with regard to the training for the and the time constraint for professional development, because I think I saw that develop in real time. And even acknowledging the fact that it did impact CV CEO's time with regard to the training, because they might not be able to be present at one of the live sessions. So I appreciate being able to see that and being able to be a part of that. I do have a question with regard to, not so much a question, well, it is a question. You had CV CEO's Article 10.5 with regard to informing them about a student And I know that there's ed code that says that teachers should also, educators, all educators, and should be notified of that as well. So there's a double layer there. And I think now with SB 553, if I'm reading that correctly, is also any event at the site or district-wide needs to be recorded into an ongoing log for workplace violence.
Yes. So that is, you're absolutely right. The Article 14, which was part of the CVE contract, we just highlighted the first part. There's 4 sections of that article, and one of them is that same reporting article that was part of the CVCO contract. So both of those groups are in alignment with the notification of a violent student, if you will, or a student who's been suspended in any of those Ed Code 49-800 sections. That notification needs to happen, and the teachers need to be aware of that. So part of the form that we created is a Google form that, as a incident is reported, we have that initial form that's created, and then it automatically fills like an Excel sheet, if you will. So we have a track of that, a track of that information. The information that's shared and I'll put together on those quarterly reports will have all of those numbers and then the redaction of the names of the students that are involved.
And I was going to ask about that because I know that now as part of SB 553, the public has access to that through PRAs. And so when we give that information about the actual event, we're redacting the identifying information.
Yeah,
correct?
so
Okay.
we went through and so part of our safety consultant, one of the things that we talked about is not just names, but also school sites, will be part of the redaction. So there won't be an opportunity for the public to have basically use their PI skills to determine which student at which school site, is creating those issues. So grade level, room number, school site, student name, teacher name, all those things will be redacted.
Thank you. And thank you again for that report.
Thank you.
It is very important that not only the board be updated, but that the public be updated about our safety efforts as well. Moving on to report on rigorous learning for all, taking the next steps. Ms. Carroll?
Thank you, President Ugarte. We're actually going to start with Dr. Reyes this evening.
It'll be a shared presentation.
Yes, we're doing this together.
Yeah. All right. So board. So as we discussed last board meeting, we brought the theme of rigorous learning for all, and we shared with the board, with the public, the framework that we have to ensure that we're taking the right steps to address our academic needs. So today we're going to be looking at the next steps. So we're going to go deeper into what are some of the action steps that are going to be part of the framework. Now, we mentioned last time that it's a call to action for continuous improvement, meaning that we have to take action now. And continuous improvement, because this is not a one-time deal or 1 year or 2 year, it has to be ongoing and it has to be focused. Now, we also mentioned that a call to action means that this has to be our priority. How can we support our students to be academically successful? Now, I know that we mentioned that every single year we have a theme. Last year was human connection. This year is this rigorous learning. And the year before that, a different theme, and so on and so forth. I just want to make it very clear that even though the theme for the district is rigorous learning for all, this framework is not a theme. It's not just a theme that is going to change next year and it's going to change the following year. We're committed to this work for the next 5 years. And so I just want to make it very clear that, again, re-emphasize that this work is not a one-time thing and then we'll change to a different topic. This is the work that we are committed to do. Now, it's been a journey. from years ago, from being completely or very decentralized, meaning that most of the decision was based at sites. It was a site-based decision making. Now, that at some point it worked very well, and it worked very well for many, many years. But we're a district with 50 schools, so we have to look at going from the site-based decision making to creating systems that work throughout the districts. And so we're moving from a decentralization framework to a more of a centralization. And so the question is, because there's sometimes there's this idea, well, centralization, what does that mean? Does that mean that sites are not going to have the autonomy to make their own decisions? Does that mean that it's going to be a top-down management? Does that mean that it's going to be the big brother watching? So it is none of that. It is basically, it's about equity and alignment. And I say equity and alignment because if we want to have, we want to make sure that all the students throughout the district have the same opportunities, then we must have systems that work throughout the districts. Alignment, if we want to make sure that certain things are working, for example, curriculum or certain practices are working and they're being successful, well, we want to make sure that students have the same opportunity and access to those strategies throughout. So it's about alignment and equity, the movement. So the next question would be, what will the district hold tight and loose? Because as we move from a decentralization framework to a more centralized one, we also realize that there are things that are very unique to specific sites. We might have a site that has a very large EL population that may look very different or may have different needs than another sites. Or we might have a site that may have special programs. For example, we have Cook, who has the IB program. So you may have different needs. So we do understand that there has to be flexibility in regards to the uniqueness of each site. So we have things that we're going to be holding very tight in regards to systems that we're going to be doing across the board. For example, common assessments. Yes, all students will have participated in assessments, walkthroughs, or learning walks. Yeah. Every principal and every site administrator will participate in learning walks, finding those best teaching practices throughout. So certain things is throughout the system will be the same. There are some other things that will be more of a site-based to make sure that we fulfill the needs of that individual site. Now, these are some of the questions that I asked to reflect upon our administrative team. So the first one is, in what ways is your leadership making a difference for all the students in your school? This one in particular is very dear to my heart because the way we lead, it should truly make a difference. So we need to understand as leaders, what am I doing? What is my leadership style? What are my values that are making an impact on my leadership style that is truly making a difference for my students? The second question is, sometimes we need to be powerful disruptors to make a difference. So then the question is, what needs to be disrupted to improve the achievement of all students in your school? Education, it's a constant, changes constantly, meaning that we don't learn the way we learned, for example, when I went to school. Things are different, the way we teach and instruct and the way we learn. And so many times there systems and protocols in place at school sites, that have been happening for many, many years. So the reflective question that I ask principals is, look at your sites and what are some of the things that need to be changed, and for them to be able to change them, they need to be disruptors, and they need to have the courage to step outside the box and make that change, right? And the third question is, as we've discussed before, we may need to do more with less, but are always seeking ways to continuously improve student learning. So how are we communicating that message to teachers and staff? So we realize that, the state budget and other revenue streams are going to be, especially for the next few years, are going to be more complicated, right? So it's not going to be as the last 2-3 years. So that doesn't mean that we're not going to continue focusing on this. Doesn't mean that we're not going to be improving. We have to continue improving, even though we may have less resources. So 2 questions is, well, how are we going to be maximizing the resources that we have? How are we going to be strategic in the way we use those resources? And how are we going to be communicating with our staff? And then we look at some of the things that we've already completed. So as we showed last time, we completed the framework for rigorous learning for all. We designated 3 champions in different areas. So we have 4 domains. We have instructional transformation, high quality professional learning, turnaround leadership, and cultural shifts. So Ms. Carroll will be focusing on instructional transformation and high quality professional learning. Ms. Morales will be focusing on turnaround leadership, and Ms. Casey on cultural shifts. We've also introduced a framework to district and site leaders, and we've aligned core actions to district intentional practices within instructional transformation and high quality professional learning domains. So we match both. And what needs to be, or what's in progress is, or what's being currently implemented is development of the turnaround plans by sites. So right now, currently, all the sites are creating their own turnaround plans based on their particular individual needs, and they're going to be turned in shortly, in a week or so. Then the district is going to be analyzing all the site turnaround plans and making sure that they're aligned to district intentional practices. In addition, we're creating and presenting a 5-year plan to the board. We'll be presenting that in the next couple of months. And we're going to be providing ongoing updates to the board and our bargaining units.
All right, so thank you, Dr. Reyes. So as Dr. Reyes mentioned, we are tonight going to be focusing on our instructional transformation and our high quality professional learning domains. And as you can see behind you on our new specially designed for Chula Vista Elementary School District, our rigorous learning for all domain graphic here, and some of the areas that we're going to be talking about tonight are covered. I did want you to notice that the team that worked on this, they were very careful to show you in the essential foundations. You notice those sound spelling cards and what they spell out. So that was a little hidden gem for you to find, that they spell out CVESD in our sound spelling cards. So we hope to see those in all of our classrooms. So beginning with our, see right up on the sound spelling cards, there you go, yes. So as we get ready to talk about what we're going to be focusing on in our rigorous learning for all, we need to really start with some of our why, and that begins with our data. So as you know, we have preliminary overall CASP data right now, and this data is based on individual student scores. So we don't have all of our data disaggregated through the California dashboard yet, but we will, and when that happens, later on in the months to come, we'll be presenting the rest to you. But as you can see here in language arts, if you look at from 22-23 to 23-24 in language arts here first, you see that we had a slight gain in overall in ELA and progressive gains across the grade levels for the difference between 22-23 and 23-24. In math, we stayed the same in math, but I do want you to notice that in fifth grade, which has historically been, fifth grade math has historically been a grade that is below other grade levels, and across the state is a challenge. We actually made some gains, a couple point gain there for fifth grade, which is a good sign because we need to continue to work in that area, and we're going to continue to dive into what causes that fifth grade dip. When we break down our data a little bit closer and look at our English learners, you'll see in language arts, remember that overall for all students was approximately 55% for the overall student population. For our English learners, we stayed the same at 18%, but please take note of the reclassified fluent English proficient students. So those English learners who we have reclassified, look at the incredible job that they have done. Not only did they make a gain between 22-23 and 23-24, but overall they were about 21% higher than our overall students. When we look at the last column, our English learners and RFEPs combined, and that's how the California dashboard reports out English learners, we do see an increase of 1%. In math, again, the overall for all students was 45%. For our English learners in math, we had a slight dip overall, but still for our RFEPs, so those students that we reclassified, there was a slight gain and still about 10% higher than our all student population. The combined English learner and RFEP data took a slight dip from 32 to 30. When we look at our students with disabilities and socioeconomically disadvantaged students, we see a slight dip in students with disabilities and a slight gain in socioeconomically disadvantaged. In mathematics, about the same, a slight dip for students with disabilities and a slight gain for socioeconomically disadvantaged. One thing I really want to remind you of here is when we look at that student with disability data, we really want to make sure to keep in mind that many of the students who fall within this data are children who are sitting in our general education classrooms receiving support and services. And so really we need to, as we're talking about our rigorous learning for all and the importance of what we were doing in our reimagining special education and that inclusivity and not pulling children out of core instruction and providing support and training for all of our staff, this is an important reason why this is necessary. Thinking about where we are in the all, in a couple of our student groups here, we can see how imperative it is to ensure that we are looking at many of our kids who are still in need of targeted support. So when we look at our CVESD strategic goals, for those of you who are familiar with our strategic goals, they were established in 1993, and they come from our vision and values. And when we look at in the area of literacy, it states that all students will exit elementary school as multiliterate, lifelong learners with a mastery of essential skills. And in the area of equity, it says all students will have access to academic programs and resources enabling each child to achieve to his or her full potential. So even from 1993, these two strategic goals actually align quite nicely to our initiative and really point out the importance of the work that we are doing. However, it does mean that updating it is going to be important. So when we look at our first objective for our instructional transformation domain, the objective for this domain is to improve student learning outcomes by creating system-wide supports for changes in classroom instruction. That's our objective. So how are we going to do that? By looking at those core actions that we talked about, diagnosing and responding to student learning needs, providing rigorous evidence-based instruction, and removing barriers and provide opportunities. So though in this area, these are the actions and the intentional practices that we are going to be taking to move this work forward. One of the first and foremost things that is one of our big intentional practices is implementing district adopted curriculum in every classroom. That is something that has not ever been done before. It's a huge shift, and it's one that's going to take some time to help build, but it's an important one for that alignment. We are going to strengthen our Tier 1 instruction by focusing on foundational skills for all students. We are finding that many of our students, because of the inconsistency of instruction, that Tier 1 instruction is not happening in all classrooms. We're going to be evaluating students' foundational reading skills using district assessments, which is an important part of this work, those common assessments. Using the iReady math diagnostics to gather data for guiding that instruction and helping to create that personalized learning path. So that's what the My Path portion of iReady allows for the student to receive work to go up or go higher than maybe what the grade level expectation is. We're going to be offering differentiated support and coaching and professional learning for those schools requiring assistance. So as we talked about before, those that are, they may have identified red on the dashboard for their 22-23 data. We're looking at that data. We're looking at any schools that may have taken dips in their progress from last year to see how we can provide coaching and support to help them at their school sites. We're going to be enhancing that equitable support for all students, making sure that we're addressing the MTSS framework, working with our MTSS subcommittee to address the social, emotional, behavioral, and academic needs of students. And we're going to be aligning instructional practices with grade level standards by using our newly created integrated writing support resources that we're going to be introducing to schools that help students with writing instruction. So what we hope to see from that instructional transformation, we will hope to see at least a 5% increase in CASP, ELA, and math scores. We hope to see that teacher-student connection. One of the most important parts of the opportunity for teachers to get in front of kids and assess them one-to-one is the opportunity to learn who their students are. And yes, it's taking some time and the shift is hard, but it's an opportunity for kids to meet. And so for every teacher that is struggling with doing this and having a hard time and perhaps feeling unprepared for that, we understand and we want to support them. We also know that our children are struggling and they're having a hard time because they are not feeling prepared either. So that's why we're here to do this. By strengthening our Tier 1 instruction, we're going to minimize the necessity for Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions, which we know we need to do. We want to offer insights into skill deficits so that our teachers are better informed with instructional strategies. So that's going to lead into the work of we assess, here's what we do with that information. We want to align our instruction more closely with the framework and standards instead of just here's what I've always done or here's what these workbooks or packets provide our students. And then with that integrated writing support, we want to boost student writing stamina and performance across all grade levels because we know writing is the ultimate demonstration of their learning. In the high-quality professional learning domain, our objective is to understand that teachers matter more to student achievement than any other aspect of schooling, according to Marzano from 2003. CVSD will provide high-quality and responsive professional learning opportunities to build the capacity for continuous school improvement. It's going to take time. We're a big system, but we're committed to doing it and doing it well. So the core actions for high-quality professional learning are the knowledge of the state standards and corresponding frameworks, establishing and implementing literacy strategies across all discipline areas, development of common formative assessments, and the creation of district-wide benchmark assessments. So what are we going to do? We're going to offer district-wide professional development focused on MTSS, which our MTSS teams have already attended this year, where they were really looking at how to support schools and that pathway between the different tiers of support. We are getting ready to actually start our literacy and language training for all grade level teachers, where we're having the opportunity to understand better what should be included in a comprehensive literacy instructional model, what it means to fit all those pieces in, how our current adopted curriculum aligns to that work and the standards, as well as math training to do the same, and our biliteracy training for our dual language teachers in those transference of skills. We're going to be launching our learning labs to provide additional professional growth opportunities. Our learning labs will be coming from our support staff who are designing learning opportunities for schools to use at their school site in grade level collaboration, staff meetings, or attending opportunities after school to participate on various topics of need. Our work with our assessment subcommittee to create common formative assessments, as we did for the current assessments, we worked with our CV consultation assessment subcommittee to determine which assessments would be utilized. We're going to continue to do that work. We have more to do as we move forward. The assessments we're using right now are really just an opportunity for us to get away from the digital assessments that we were using and giving teachers the opportunity to get in front of kids and to continue to learn more about who they are and to develop their understanding of where we want to go with that instruction. We also are going to be looking for a universal screener. As you know, Senate Bill 114 requires that we have that in place for the 25-26 school year. So we're going to be looking at universal screeners and how we can utilize that to look for reading difficulties in students. And then we're going to continue to also partner with the assessment subcommittee to design district-wide benchmark assessments for monitoring, measuring progress toward mastering standards. Our teams are already working on math performance tasks, writing performance tasks that can be used optionally right now, but we hope to move those into a more district-wide expectation. So again, what will the expected outcomes be? To enhance that teacher understanding of how the adopted curricula aligns with the standards and framework. We want to strengthen literacy and language instruction across all content areas in every classroom. We want to optimize instructional time, by implementing the strategic and integrated planning, that it's purposeful, that it's intentional, so we know what to do with where we're going with that assessment data. We want to promote instructional equity for all students. By using data protocols, by using the adopted curriculum, we want to make sure that all kids are getting what they need, no matter what school they're at and which classroom. We want to establish various measures to track progress toward end-of-year goals and identify both strengths and areas of growth for students, grade levels, and schools. So questions to consider in our next steps. We're asking our administrators this, we're asking our internal teams this, we'll be asking our teachers this. How will alignment of instruction with standards be facilitated? How will teachers guide and track the progress of students? What tools, systems, and structures need to be established? So what do we need to do to make that happen? What learning benchmarks will teachers use in order to guide and track the progress of students? So those that will be created by us and those that will be determined at school sites. What types of early warning systems will identify students at risk and who will be responsible? We ask this of our leaders, and we'll ask of our teachers. Who will be responsible? All of us will be. And how can we be sure professional learning will be timely and customized to the needs of the school, teachers, and leaders? These are all questions that we're going to continue to ask each other so that we can continue to grow and learn from it.
And so as we continue to work on rigorous learning for all, I just want to remind you that this work is ongoing. And we begin with step one, and we continue throughout the years. Now, this continuous improvement includes diagnosing and determining what needs to be improved. I know Ms. Morales next month will be presenting information, and her team will analyze this on the analysis of the site turnaround action plans, selecting relevant evidence-based practices, research-based strategies, and interventions aligned to students' academic needs, revising the turnaround action plans as we monitor the academic progress of students throughout the year, developing and implementing critical action steps of the Rigorous Learning for All plan, monitoring and evaluating the impact of the plan, and examining progress towards the improvements. So basically we're going to be analyzing and monitoring the progress and making the right changes as we move forward. And as an ongoing process, we may adapt or modify actions as the plan unfolds based on feedback from stakeholders and or changes to the scope. So, I also want to mention that this work, I want to emphasize that this work is a collective effort involving site and district leaders and our bargaining units and teachers throughout the districts. I also want to mention, so this quote, "You do not have to see the whole staircase, just take the first step," by Dr. Martin Luther King. taking the first step because we have to take action. And as we move forward, we'll be taking the next few steps. But we are on our way to ensuring that we're making a true difference and improving our academic progress of our students.
Thank you. We have one speaker, Kara Good.
Superintendent Reyes, board members, and cabinet members. My name is Kara Good, and I have a fifth grader at Liberty Elementary School. The day before class started, I was surprised to learn that there were 4 combo classes in the upper grades 4 through 6, and that these classes had as many as 30 students, which is the legal limit in California. I've spoken with many parents who are disappointed that their child was placed in a combo class 4-5 or 5-6. In addition, I have also witnessed how overwhelming it is for our teachers. In Liberty's case, we lost 2 teachers and 1 teacher was displaced. Rather than hire additional teachers or keep the teacher who was displaced, I have discovered from multiple sources that it was determined at the last minute to combine grade levels and increase class size. How does this benefit the teacher or the student? Superintendent Reyes, I have heard you say that you do not like combo classes, yet Liberty has 4. And due to the enrollment numbers at Liberty, the trend appears that it will only continue. I have heard from multiple sources that the district is planning to mainstream special education students soon. How will that benefit the special education student, the special education teacher, and the general education teacher? It's proven that small class sizes increase student engagement, student outcomes, individual attention, classroom management, and teacher well-being. With the current decisions being made, none of the aforementioned results are taking place. In the case of Liberty, we went down in double digits in academics, according to the LCAP, as I'm sure you have noticed in your reports. Let's take a look at the subject of math, for example. Math is sequential. How do you expect these teachers to present the math curriculum when they have 2 different grades? And because class sizes are so large, the teachers do not have the option of sending 1 grade of students to another teacher for math while they teach another grade in math. How are our scores going to go up with multiple grades together? No matter how great the teacher is, time won't allow for 90 minutes for math for each grade level. In the case of my child, she is in a 5th, 6th grade combo class and is overwhelmed. She feels like she lost her 5th grade year and is expected to handle 6th grade content. In the case of my child's friend, who's in the 4th, 5th grade combo, I was informed by her mom that she's doing quite a bit of independent work. Currently, our children are not receiving the attention they deserve and need because of large class sizes, combo classes, and very little support for teachers with a large number of students, to include those with varying academic levels, English language learners, and students with behavioral issues. Please reconsider the decisions you are making for the benefit of our children's learning and mental health, and for the benefit of our teachers' mental health. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Board questions or comments on the report?
Couple of questions. Besides what our Ms. Kara Good shared, I'm sure that our cabinet has taken note of it and will follow up with to see what can be done. Yes, okay. There was a couple of things. This is rather ambitious and I love it. Thank you, Ms. Rochelle. That's where you start. Start with a goal, the ambitious, the academics, getting back to that basics. We just got so, one of my dad's favorite words, discombobulated, that we just couldn't tell heads from tails anymore. But there's so much to be done, and I love the ideals of where the goals are and the targets, but that assumes that every child coming, but I know you're not assuming because you're not an assumer. The assumption is that you have a child in front of you that's ready for that next level of study or curriculum. But the teacher is presented with all these, and we're still not where we want to be as far as literacy and math. What supports are we going to give? Could you give me an idea? I know you're still going to be at the level of surveying, of reaching out to see what's working, what's not working. Get that part, but I'm sure you have some other ideas of how we're going to provide that support. I know before I had requested early on, maybe maybe almost a year ago, I had requested us to consider supporting our teachers with IAs in, at the time I had said third, fourth, but I have a person on my right-hand side there that thought, if it's at all possible, possibly second, third instead of third, fourth. We need to provide the teachers the support with this rigorous approach. They need the support to be able, I'm sure they'd be excited to make that happen. What's your idea of rolling this out besides this beautiful PowerPoint presentation?
I think that one of the things we need to think about first, you're right, we have kids who are coming in at all different levels, and that is a challenge for any teacher. Whether you're teaching a combination grade or you're teaching a straight grade, you have children coming in at various levels. Sometimes kids in combination classes are actually more of the same level than a straight grade that may have children way up here or way down here. So understanding first where kids are is our first step in this. So us understanding better where their technical skill deficits are, so the assessment that we're doing, the common assessment that we're doing, is a good place to start. Because if I don't know where kids are, I can't meet them where they are in my instruction. So that's one of our first goals. Our second goal is making sure that we're actually using scientifically research-based curriculum to help support that learning. So understanding that that first best instruction that includes all parts, all components. And for example, in the area of literacy, there are 5 areas of reading instruction that we should see in classrooms. In our primary grade classroom, it's phonological awareness, and there's phonics and fluency and vocabulary and comprehension. That should be happening every day in every classroom. Those kinds of things are going to help us, no matter if a child is here or everywhere in between. Those are the pieces they need. One of the things that we have provided this year, this year and last year, that we purchased in addition, and we will continue to, is a scientifically research-based phonics program that goes with our language arts program. So really being able to dig into those foundational skills, because many of our upper grade teachers, for example, don't know how to teach children to read. So we have to find out where kids are so we can know better how to support them, and so that we know how to support teachers in helping them.
I think I heard from someone here earlier that the common assessments, the system's not even there for them to enter it. Is that what I heard?
So
the app isn't there?
Yeah, so what's happening right now is, yes, there is an entry point where we will be putting in the data, so they'll be entering it. It doesn't mean that that's not stopping them from assessing right now. It's just stopping them from putting it in that, where it's going to be archived and housed so that we can look at it. We're having some programming issues, but we're getting that finalized and decided. So that's not holding anybody back from assessing. It's just not ready to enter
So
yet.
are there target dates to accomplish certain things so
Yes.
that teachers know that there's
Right.
something they're shooting
And they are not being asked to enter that data into the system that we get finalized until the end of the quarter. So we're not anywhere near that point where they have to enter it yet. I know it, ideally, we wish that it was ready right now. We're working very hard. Our IT department is working very hard with the company to get it ready.
Isn't that report card time?
Yes,
in the
that's why we
quarter?
want to make sure that they're
So
ready
I'm
to
saying
share
about
that data.
I'm saying about the time constraint the teacher's going to have to enter this data and also work it on report cards in the conferences. So I would hope we have some kind of assistance. Maybe someone can enter it for them.
And
wanna
just
look for
remember,
them.
in the first quarter, we don't actually do report cards. We just do a fall conference summary with them, and they just conference with parents, and so they're not doing grades for every academic area in the fall. Not saying that still isn't a lot of work to prepare for that,
Right.
and we want to make sure that we're doing that. We will readjust and monitor if we find that we're not able to get that data entered sooner, and it pushes into that time. then we will look at what are some alternatives for
So
us.
there'll be a monitoring also.
Right.
Because without goals, without monitoring, what's the point of the goal?
And I think that's really what this whole year is about. This year is about us learning and growing and seeing what we need to do. When we know better, we do better. But until we try, we don't know.
I appreciate all the work that
Thank
goes
you.
into it, and I most especially appreciate the teachers, the classified staff that are going to have to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
And principals too.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It was incredibly inspiring, and I'm excited about this plan. With that said, I have some follow-up questions, as you would imagine, I'm sure. So my first question is, how do community schools tie in with the instructional plan? When we have site-based leadership, and I know we're talking about centralizing a lot of things in our district, how do we tap into the site-based community school shared leadership as we're doing this kind of work?
Well, and I think that's a great question, and that's one of the places where our amazing administrators are working with their community schools. So they obviously are involved with that. Josh Kohler, our community schools director, he participates in the leadership learning around these things as well. So we want to make sure that all of our partners have an opportunity to understand better what we're working toward, so that we can support each other. And making sure that with our principals, explaining and sharing that with their community school lead and the people that are working with them, seeing what kind of partnerships can really help them.
I appreciate all of that. My concern really is when we talk about community schools and shared leadership, we're not talking about informing the people, we're talking about them having a voice in it, right? So how do we get their voice as part of our leadership on these things, rather than just sometimes in the same way that I have criticism around DAC-DLAC, which I love DAC-DLAC, but I want to give them more empowerment to give us guidance rather than just us inform them of what we're doing, right? So my question is, as we move forward with this, I would love to see how we can be more mindful about getting input from our shared leadership teams at these community schools, and not just informing them what we've decided, is what I'm trying to say.
You're just right into my my shift of culture shift. And
Yes.
so that's going to be part of our domain, is that getting community partners engaged in this work around all the components of what we do. That every area that we look at, community schools, special education, human resources, budget, all of those extra facilities are all engaged in student learning. And so community schools fits into that family engagement that will be under our cultural shift domain.
Great, thank you, and I appreciate you adding in special ed parents too, because it's so important that we not only give them an opportunity to speak, but give them an opportunity to create real leadership opportunities. Thank you. Can I hear a little bit more about the integrated writing support, that program? You touched on it very briefly, but I wanted to hear a little bit more about it.
And so it isn't actually a program.
Oh, okay.
We, in response to teacher and leadership needs around writing, because schools were thinking that they needed to go out and buy a separate writing program and things like that, what we were finding is that teachers just need to understand better what the standards are. They need the resources, the tools, the rubrics, prompts for them to use, and a better understanding what the text types and the different genre that they're working in writing, what that looks like in English and in Spanish, and how to find those resources within the adopted curriculum, both in our ELA ELD program, but also in our science program too. There are incredible writing opportunities in science that we can integrate those content areas. And so each school site is going to get a hard copy binder, and they're by grade level, so that they'll be able to utilize those resources with graphic organizers and rubrics and prompts and those things and the standards, as well as it will be provided digitally so that they'll have access to it electronically and be able to utilize it in that way. So for those schools who need more support in understanding, oh, here's what I need to do to teach children how to write a narrative, or teach children, most importantly when it comes to CASP, how to write a short constructed response, because that's a biggie.
Right.
Really understanding those pieces better without having to go out and purchase a separate program.
That actually leads me into my next question, which is, what are we taking away as we introduce new programs. Like, I appreciate the idea that we're all going centralized. So, it has been expressed to me by many people, but especially Rosie in our conversations about teachers saying, hey, you're giving me these new things, what are we losing? So my question is, what are we taking away?
So I'm sorry.
Well, go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say, so our district adopted curriculum is where we should have been starting to begin with, right?
Gotcha.
So what are we taking away? Maybe there are some supplemental things that you were using that maybe you don't need to use anymore if you understand better how to use our district adopted curriculum. I think that's really our goal in this first year, is for you to really see all that's available in this ELA ELD program, so that you don't have to use all those separate things, that you really are using those things as supplemental, not to supplant that core instruction.
Okay.
So maybe that's what it's about. It's about thinking smarter and more efficiently, and understanding what it has to offer.
Okay, and making sure that the programs that we're introducing are comprehensive in a way that they don't need so much of the supplemental materials, or if they've been teaching with X, Y, or Z for a million years, that they
That's
can
right.
transfer
That
over
they
to this
can-
new thing. So we're
That's-
giving them the guidance in order to do that translation.
We want to provide them the support to really understand better how to utilize that curriculum.
Fantastic. Great. And then let's see. How are we supporting teachers in the classrooms to help them with these one-on-one assessments? Are we offering, we were talking earlier about how IAs are more global in their work on campuses rather than assigned to one single classroom. Are we utilizing staff that's on campuses in order to have guidance in the classrooms while teachers are having to do these one-on-one assessments? Because as it was mentioned, they're long assessments and they have to go through. I mean, if you have 30 kids and 30 minutes per student, that's a lot of minutes, instructional minutes that we're losing. So how are we supporting those classrooms while those one-on-ones are being done?
So the first thing that I would like to say is that, yes, some of these assessments could take a little longer in this first round, especially if you have not been accustomed to doing it in the past.
Sure.
It can take a little bit longer. And although that may feel like it's taking away from instruction, what is more valuable than learning who a student is when you're sitting in front of them and listening to them read and finding out one-to-one what kind of challenges that they're having, right?
I
That's part of-
100% agree with that.
that's
is
part of that
definitely not.
instruction. And
Yeah.
I think what
But-
our teachers need to feel is that permission to take that time to do it and to get to know. And it's not something we're asking them to do every week or every month. We're asking our upper grades to maybe do it once or twice during the year, depending on where they are, because they're not doing it at the end during CASP time, and our primary grade teachers to do it 3 times a year. So, and they won't be doing all of the tests every time, because if they got it correct to begin with, they don't have to repeat a test.
Right.
So maybe in this first round, and especially if you've never done it before, if you haven't been doing it, it may feel like a long time doing it to begin with. I think one of the things, and we sent out some reminders and tips for teachers, some people were trying to do like your testing for you, all of it, all in one sitting. And kids are getting burned out. They get tired. So breaking that up and breaking up how you're administering it can sometimes speed that up too. It's not perfect. I know that it's challenging and it's hard. And so I am the first one to say that, we want to continue to provide support and help teachers with that. We also want them to have the opportunity to really get in the rhythm of it too, because you'll see that once you do it a little bit more, it does go a little bit quicker and a little bit easier.
Sure. I agree with everything that you said in terms of the importance of it and how it should, yes, all of those things. My question, I just want to circle back just a little bit about what's happening with the rest of the classroom when that one-on-one assessment is happening. And I know that we do one-on-one work all the time, but how are we, especially at this early point in the year, making sure that the other kids aren't parked in front of a computer, for example?
So one of the things that we provided teachers with was some resources as to what they can find within their curriculum to offer for kids to do some meaningful learning opportunities for them to do while the teacher is assessing. There are some schools that work it in different ways where they partner, teach, and help each other. There are, people can get creative. I think that, again, the opportunity for them to be in front of them and maybe not take so much time all at once. So hopefully you're not spending 3 hours at a time just assessing kids and kids are on their own for 3 hours. You're breaking that up into chunks. And again, I know that it's easier said than done, especially depending on the class and the students, but we're growing with this, and this is our first burger on the grill. And so we're going to try to improve and grow with that.
As long as it's not the first pancake. That's much worse than the first burger on the grill.
Right.
Okay, my last question is just a clarification. So our assessments, the developing assessments, so we're getting away from iReady and Achieve as assessments, or are we continuing that?
So we are still using iReady's math diagnostic because that helps guide their instruction for their curricular path and also their adapted math pathway on MyPath digital learning. So that's where kids are able to receive instruction digitally. That's where they are in their mathematical learning. In terms of Achieve, we are still using it as an additional data point, but it is not the end-all be-all of our instructional assessment.
And with parameters.
And with parameters. So we really are enforcing a more acceptable usage where we're not expecting kids to be doing multiple articles a day and being tempted to then dump articles so that they get 75% or higher.
Right.
So there is
Let's see what
2
we
to
can
3
get.
articles a week.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. Well, thank
As a
you so
supplement.
much. I appreciate your answers.
Thank you.
I'll start by first commending the district for taking a bold step. As you saw, making a change and a cultural change in a district in a system that is as big as ours is going to take time, and it takes courage. I'll say that. It takes courage to stand up for children. When you look at our data and you look at our test scores, 50% are not meeting grade level on ELA. 60% are not meeting in math as a general education. So the data is there, the data is clear that we needed to take a bold change. So I commend the district for actually taking that step. I also saw that students with disabilities went down. Do you know why, and also what things or interventions are we doing to improve that? And then I'll go to the next question.
Ms. Casey?
Yes, thank you. So yes, we did see our data on students with disabilities, and we're analyzing that right now. And so part of our large culture shift is to reimagine special education. And so we've already taken that first step this year. And that first step was to help our team see that special education is a level of service, not a person or a place.
Right.
And so our aides were no longer assigned to students and classrooms. They were assigned to the site to provide that equitable access to all students on that campus, while still prioritizing our students that have that intense individual needs. That's step one. This year will be a planning year to work with our teams and our unions to look at how we can be more equitable in our access to with our SPED students, to be more inclusive. So looking at not pulling our students out of general education programs to give them services, but to provide that service in our general education settings. So that's going to be the next large culture shift for special education, is to stop removing students from programs.
If I can follow, Ms. Casey, can you also share the difference, because there might be a perception that it's okay, it's better to pull out students versus the inclusion model. So can you provide some research information, research-based data on why inclusion model supports students more than the pull out?
So when we're pulling students out, we are giving them extra support. So it's a service, right? They're general education students first. And so when we're removing them from the core instruction of their program, they're missing the same access that their typical developing peers get. And so instead of pulling them out to work on goals on their IEPs, we should be having those goals structured to the general education programs to support their needs in that classroom. And so we're going to be spending a lot of time pulling this apart and looking at how we're supporting our children so that we can do better.
Great, thank you.
Can I
Sure.
intercede on that? So that connection needs to be communicated more clearly, I believe, to the SPED teachers. I know the paraprofessionals got some exposure to it in some training, but our special ed teachers did not. And I think that's where we're getting some of that resistance, the not understanding. Anybody's going to say, wait, why are you taking my shoe away? Well, I'm getting you newer shoes, you know. So you just, that's not the analogy I want to say, but the change itself not being communicated to them is going to be part of the getting in the right direction.
Yes, that's where we're working. This is
Engage
the
them.
planning year, and so we'll be in front of all of our providers this year to talk through it. We're putting together a committee with our union and all the people stakeholders that we can pull together to plan this.
All
through.
your SPED teachers?
SPED teachers as well, general education teachers also, because
Thank
we
you.
want their
Yes,
input as well.
they're part of it.
And our administrators, yes.
Thank you.
May I also add that for the first time, we are also going to include our special education teachers in our trainings of our programs too. So that's going to be huge because they're working with students and those programs. They should be participating in that training too. So that's going to be an important part of the work that Ms. Casey was describing.
Yes, that's a great concept to integrate the people that are going to be part of this. into
Exactly.
Developing the program.
Right.
I also noticed that, and I want to congratulate the staff, teachers, administrators, and staff that are part of this, the RFEPs. They reclassified, but they reclassified at a very high rate. I mean, their test scores are 20% plus than the regular general education. What data points can we take from that, and how can we apply it? And then, I'll stop there and then I'll ask this following question.
So, one of the things that I know that our language development team is very excited about is looking at that data and digging into that with principals and understanding better what's happening in those classrooms. Where are those children sitting in, and what are they doing? Like you said, that may be different because that 21% difference in ELA, that's huge. And so we're doing a lot of really right things with our kids as we're working through that reclassification process. And so we know that it takes time to acquire a language. So we know that those numbers, those English learner numbers may be low to begin with, but that depends on where they are, right? But what we're seeing is that when we get them there, look at how well they're doing.
Yes.
Right.
I'm sorry. So one of the things that I think is important to share is that yes, although we see a call to action, but we also see that, for example, in our ELs, those could be brand new students to the country that may not speak a word of English.
I'm sorry, can you please define ELs? We've used the term
English
a bunch
learners.
of times. Yes, thank you.
Yet, when the work that we're doing, we have a very high percentage of our students that reclassify, becoming English only, and so fluent English. So, if you look at their scores, not only have they gained a new language, second language, but they're 21 points higher in their core academics than the English-only students. So I just want to share this because I think it's important to also look at what we're doing very well.
Right, and that's why I wanted to point it out, right, that there's that metric right there that we should highlight and we should promote, that there's that value that we're adding to these students. So my second one, and I know that's many of these students that are English learning in the English learning population are coming from Mexico or other countries, and we see that because some of them tested at 18%, right? Or below 20% in both ELA and math. So what kind of interventions or services are we looking to provide for those so we don't have them at 20% or below 20% and we can have them at a more reasonable percentage that we help them to reach that grade level?
Thank you for asking that question. I think one of the things that is so important is that we recognize, like you said, finding out what's working and what's not. We are in the process right now of for our unduplicated schools and for our schools that identified red on the dashboard for English Learner or English Learner Progress. We have recently purchased a new ELD Express program, which is in alignment with our language arts program, that I hear from all of those who know that it is the best they've ever seen. We are going to be providing that and the support to schools for those schools to begin piloting it and using it this year and get started there. And then starting next year, it will be a part of the program that we purchased, so every school will get it. We also have our language development team who's worked on an MEL data-driven decision-making binder that they are going to be working with the principal and sites to help support them to do that data protocol, data dive into who those kids are, what they need, where they are, to support them and target that. They also are doing learning walks themselves to make sure that they're going in and looking through the lens of the English learner lens. And especially we're going to be really talking a lot about how do we support our newcomers and where are they in this whole process, because we might look at dual language kids, we may look at, wherever they are, but our newcomers, they have a very unique need that we need to make sure we're addressing too. So that's part of the work of our language development team, and they're excited to be working away on that this year.
Definitely something critical that we need to continue to focus on is how do we support these newcomers, right?
That's
because they might come to us without even having the basics from their native language,
That's right.
So how do we help them grow not only in English, but also gain fluency in their native language? So
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys. Awesome questions. No, I also would like to thank staff and from the district level to the site level, all the work you've done so far. It's going to be an enormous undertaking. It's going to ruffle some feathers, and consistency and communication is going to be very key here. Now, quick question though. Are we going to get presentations next meeting, following meeting from Ms. Morales and Ms. Casey, or is this just a one-off here? I don't want to get too into the weeds.
They'll be presenting.
Okay, so I don't want to get too into the weeds here. I do want to ask about the turnaround plans, because that sounds like a big deal. We're talking about a 5-year journey here, but I saw that the due date was August 20th. Like, when was that homework assigned, and is this is this a living document here that, August 20th is like 5-6 days away? So, anyone?
Great question. It is a living document, and the turnaround action plans will actually be created with our principals in conjunction with their instructional leadership teams that they work with on their school sites. They're reflective of the student data, the professional learning, and the needs of the school site, and so they are year-long plans. So the draft of the plan is due on August 20th, but what that really means is it's our jumping off point. We do actually refer to it as a living document. That's the language that we use, because in any plan, you have to be able to adapt it based upon new information. You have to continue initiatives, and you also have to be willing to extinguish initiatives if they're not effective. And so those plans are used by our leadership and learning team, our new senior directors, our NCUST coaches, and then myself when I work with our principals. They're also a focal point of all of our learning mocks. That is how we begin, is the principal will present some of the main objectives of their action plans.
Okay, and then I can't wait to hear more about the learning labs and what they'll look like and what the students will do in there. Just some food for thought moving forward as far as the term mainstreaming students. I think it's going to be extremely important how we communicate that to special educators.
That's right.
and parents of special education students, right? So I know a district that went through that years ago, and it got very messy because we have to communicate the idea that being in the gen ed classroom is the best place for any student, but what supports can we have in that classroom for our special education students? So that communication is going to be extremely important here. Just something to think about for the next presentation. Thank you. That's all I have.
I do have something to say. They didn't take it all. No, and I'm gonna kind of flip the script a little bit. I know that change is scary, and as educators that have gone through a big change like this, focusing on the standards and doing the things that we're seeing coming to fruition now in the district, when I've been at sites recently, I've asked the question, and I do want to say there is an excitement around this. I've talked to not only teachers at sites and classified members at sites, but I've also, after hours, taken phone calls from staff and from principals who are excited about this, who genuinely love this vision, this rigorous learning. And so I know that people, the effective filter goes up. And as a teacher, when I saw that staircase, I was like, I will never take a step unless I can see where I'm going, because I don't want to fall up the stairs. So because as a backward planner, right, that's what we do, it is unsettling, but there is an excitement. And I think that sometimes anxiety is just excitement flipped upside down, and people don't understand that they really are excited. So I am hearing the good along with the trepidation of where is this going to go and how are we going to do it. So I just wanted to say that I am not surprised at the RFEP scores, because we had a presentation by Ms. Perez a few meetings back, and she focused and talked about that literacy piece. And when I know what those tests look like, and having experienced them for over 30 years with my students, I know that I've taught English learners, and I've been part of the reclassification for fluent English proficiency, and I know that it was much easier when we didn't have that literacy piece in math, because students would come to us from other countries and math was our universal language. And once we started adding that piece of having to explain in English in a language that they're barely learning to read and write, and having to not only learn English, but learn in English and express themselves in English, that became quite a difference in our scores across the board. But when we had that presentation and I hear about the supports that Ms. Perez is offering at our sites and the gushing about how accessible she is and the things, I think we need to pick her brain and her team's brain as to those strategies, because a good strategy is a good strategy. Right? So sorry to put some more work on you, Ms. Perez, but when you do good work, you get more responsibility. So.
That's right.
But so I'm very proud to see that as a district, our RFEPs did quite well. And with that, thank you for the presentation. I would like to take where are we now, at what time? An 8-minute break, or 7-minute break, and return at 8:10. items listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board in one action. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and/or removed from the consent calendar. Board, are we pulling items this evening?
Yes.
Write them down. Okay. Ready.
I'm pulling subsection 10CL. From 10C, 10CL. And I'm pulling 10D, 10M, and 10O.
M as in Mary?
Yes.
And then O. Okay.
O.
Trustee Bishop?
None at this time.
Anyone else?
Move to approve the consent agenda without items 10C, 10D, 10M, and 10O.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Bishop. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, item 10C, section L.
Yes. Consultants. Brookwood Group on page 19 of 26. I just wanted us to share a little bit more about this contract to the public. What does $92,000 get us?
It's page 19 of 26. How far down,
The
Trustee? Let me just-
consultants? Oh, I'm using the hard copy. Let me.
Oh,
You're correct on page.
It's correct. Where is it?
It's like in the middle of the page.
Oh,
It starts on
Brookwood
October 18th.
on October 18th. Thank you.
Mr. Pong?
So Brookwood and Associates is a consulting firm that we're utilizing to help us in the planning of our employee housing project. And so this is a project that's being supported with Measure M.
And what does the 92,000 get us?
The initial consulting and a preliminary design.
And the
and
feasibility
conceptual
study.
design. Yes, and feasibility study.
Thank you.
So this is actually just to extend the contract because we're continuing the work.
And Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, so the subcommittee that were you and I believe Trustee Tamayo?
Site visit, yes.
Tamayo? They're the ones that are going to be presenting to that subcommittee, which includes the two of you.
Yes. Thank you. The New Leaf Electric Incorporated, page 21 of 26.
Mr. Pong?
Okay, a question. According to the briefing in October 2020, before I came on board, 10 electric school buses were purchased. Sometime between then and now, another 6 electric buses were purchased. It doesn't say when, but now they need maintenance. Wasn't the maintenance need accounted for when they were purchased? And has there not been any maintenance done on these vehicles since?
So this maintenance actually is not for the vehicles, it's for the charging stations that we have. And so right now there's just some issues with the performance of the chargers that we received, and majority of these items were from a grant. And so there's just some work that needs to be performed on the charging stations.
Thank you. Next one, on same page, NINU and more. We accept the bid offered by some of these companies because they are the lower bid of the qualified companies. My concern is then they come back and ask for more money. So in essence, if you're adding it, they're not really the lower bid.
Mr. Pong? Can you talk about this one in particular, but also, so talk about this one in particular and then in general.
So based on the initial scope, there were some changes made to the scope, and so we had to, that resulted in additional environmental costs to the project. And so this was unanticipated when we first bid out the project. And so, as we do these projects, there's always, as development goes on or like tear down of a building, we find out either a structural challenge or an environmental challenge, and that's when we have to add to the contract if it's something that wasn't anticipated.
Don't these bidders, these contracts also build into that some of these unanticipated issues? I've seen contracts where that's built into it.
Mr. Pong?
Right, so some of our contracts do have contingencies. I would have to look back at this one, if this one had that or not, but, yeah.
Be good to know.
Mhm.
Thank you. You'll let us know soon. Thank you.
Friday update, please.
The Televisa Energy Communication Group, it's page 21 and 22 of 26. This is more of a statement, but I just don't think it's right to be recruiting children from other school districts. I know in the past it was explained to me, and unless this is different, that it's for the advertising we do for the kids to essentially, I don't think it's neighborly to lure children from another district. Maybe it's just my principles, but it doesn't seem right. Statement. And that's it. Thank you.
So the contract with Televisa Energy Communications, so originally it was to bring in more attendance and more enrollment to the sites, to the districts. And now the contract it's similar to some other contracts that we have with, for example, there's a local magazine where we advertise, and it's a way to promote the things that we're doing district-wide. Also, it's a way to communicate with our stakeholders in regards to community events. So, for example, they were at the Community Expo, they were at the Sotomayor grand opening. So it's a way to communicate with the stakeholders, with parents, with the community.
I appreciate all that. I still don't like the part about the luring, though.
So we're not
Just
doing
put
that
it.
anymore. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Chief Operations Officer on page 23 of 26. I would just like for you, Dr. Reyes, if possible, could you please share with the community what you shared with me about this position?
Correct. So currently, in the past, when Mr. Esquivel was here, he had the position of deputy superintendent, where part of his position was twofold: the CBO, but also the operations officer, basically, which was in charge of all the operations, including transportation and CNS, warehouse, etc., facilities, etc. Now that we have Mr. Pong, and especially as we're entering times that are all the districts in California are going to become financially more challenging as we're looking at the governor's budget, then I think it's important imperative that Mr. Pong focuses strictly on the financial aspect, on the CBO aspect, and that we have somebody else overseeing the operations component, which includes facilities.
Thank you. I just wanted the community to know a little bit more.
Correct.
Should I move on, Chairwoman?
Do you have
The
anything
next one?
else on 10C?
That's just 10C.
Move to
Move to
approve.
approve.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
All discussion time. Yeah. Just I do want to make a note on the item for the Chief Operations Officer.
Yes.
Based on the difference in salaries from Mr. Esquivel to Mr. Pong and the steps and how it would be increased, it's stated here on the agenda item that there's a net gain, meaning that there's a savings of $16,773. It's actually we recalculated it, and it's not that much, but it's still a savings of $4,800, $4,820. So there's savings, but not. I just want to make sure that
Yes.
people know the actual amount.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Vice President Fernandez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Item 10D.
Yes. I know this board knows my position on board absences, and nothing personal on anyone. I just don't believe that we should receive our stipend if we're not here. Although I know that traditionally it's been acceptable, but I just encourage the board members to appreciate how the appearance it gives to the public of funds being used for us not being here to do the job.
And if I may, and I want to just kind of clarify that the stipend is not just for board attendance, it's for everything that we do as we represent the board. It's going into the community, it's going out to functions at the school site. So it's not just about here, and I understand what you're saying, I respect that, but just to clarify that the stipend is for the entire month for all of the duties that we
Yes,
entail.
and I appreciate that. I'm out there, like I see, Mr. Fernandez was at the city council meeting last night, so I do appreciate we're out there almost every day meeting with individuals and going to meetings. But that's just a position that I've held. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Oh,
I'm sorry, does Trustee Fernandez you have to recuse yourself, right?
I don't know, do I? I wouldn't have recused myself on voting for the consent calendar as a whole. Or should I not? You tell me.
No, this is
I mean,
D.
it's a person. I mean, it is.
Okay.
It's a recommendation.
Okay. I will second then.
Right. Moved by Clerk Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Bishop. All those in favor?
Aye.
And any opposed?
Nay.
And then abstention. Correct. So motion carries 3 ayes, 1 nay, 1 abstention. Okay. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, 10M.
Yes, approve overnight study trip for 5th grade students. Again, it's my constant statement that I just want to make sure, and Dr. Reyes has assured me that it has been done. I always want to know that each school, every student that could have gone to these field trips has been offered the opportunity to go, and that if they're not going, it is not for the lack of funds, because if we don't have the funds, I'll pull it out of my pocket to get that child there.
Absolutely, and yes. we
Thank
have
you.
Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Vice President Fernandez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. And Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, item O.
Yes, approve and/or ratify in-service travel requests. The Taste of East Lake. It does say East Lake Educational Foundation event, and it says under the heading, it's a fundraiser benefiting local public schools. And I am of the position, much as a few months ago when Trustee Bishop was going to go to a fundraiser, I said, I don't believe we should be using public funds to go to fundraiser. We should use our own personal funds to go to fundraiser. So I would move to strike the Taste of East Lake, and the rest I would move to approve if I could get a second.
Can I ask a question before? Do we need to second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Thank you. So moved by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes and seconded by Clerk Tamayo. I do have a question, Dr. Reyes. With the Taste of East Lake, I noticed that it's Trustee Fernandez, Trustee Tamayo, myself, you, and Ms. Castro. Would it be possible, what would happen if we do vote it with the stipulation that Trustee Dominguez Cervantes has, and we were to pay would we still be able to attend if we paid for ourselves?
Yeah, I mean, you can, I guess, refund the money to the district somehow. And just for clarification purposes, I know it does say fundraiser, I believe it says fundraiser. Just so you know, for example, for Ms. Castro, myself, we do use it to create a lot of partnerships and relationships, because there are a lot of organizations, the chamber is there, and a lot of other educational and non-educational organizations are there, that it's a great way to be able to create partnerships.
May
So
I
network.
amend my motion?
Yes.
Yes.
I would motion that the board members not attend as a fundraiser paid by the school district, and that the others be approved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by clerk Tamayo. All those in favor of approving the in-service travel requests minus the board members for Taste of Eastlake, please say aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions or nays?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, motion carries 3-2. All right. Public hearings. The public hearing section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on specific items. Persons wishing to address the board on any public hearing items must complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for input on each public hearing item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the amount of time allowed for public comments on each public hearing item, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. Do we have any? No. Okay. So we are acting as the legislative body of the Community Facilities District Number 10, conducting a second reading of the ordinance of Community Facilities District Number 10 of the Chula Vista Elementary School District, authorizing the levy of special taxes on certain property annexed to Community Facilities District Number 10, and enact ordinance of Community Facilities District Number 10 of the Chula Vista Elementary School District, authorizing the levy of special taxes on certain property annexed to Community Facilities District Number 10. Mr. Pong.
Thank you, President Ugarte. At last month's board meeting, we had the first reading of this ordinance, and so tonight we will have the second reading, and with the approval, we would complete the process for the levying of the tax in the CFD number 10 area.
Thank you. I am now opening the public hearing. Are there any requests to speak on this matter? Here,
From the public, right?
from the public.
Yeah.
Seeing no one, I am now closing the public hearing. For item 11B, the board is acting as the legislative body of the Community Facilities District Number 10 of the Chula Vista Elementary School District. We will conduct a second reading of the ordinance of the Community Facilities District Number 10 of the Chula Vista Elementary School District, authorizing the levy of a special tax within the Community Facilities District Number 10. The first reading of this ordinance took place at the July 10th, 2024 board meeting. A copy of the proposed ordinance has been posted as required and made available in the district's business services office for public inspection by any interested member of the public prior to this proposed adoption. Do I have a motion to present the second reading of this ordinance by reading of the title only?
Madam Chair, question real quick, just for clarification. Have there been any changes between the first and the second readings?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Then I move to approve the reading only.
I'll second.
I have some questions about this process. At what point do we provide input on it? Is this moving forward now if this board approves it? Then I'd like to make some statements about it.
Dr. Reyes?
I don't know how this works.
Was there a first and second?
Yes.
There was a first and
then-
second.
Yes. Because this ordinance authorizes a levy of special taxes on certain property, I don't approve of it. Beside the obvious tax levy, sections 7, 8, and 9 speak of costs on top of the levied taxes. Costs such as administrative costs incurred by the treasurer tax collector, bringing action to foreclose on a family's home if they don't pay it, That's horrible. A school essentially would be taking their home because we levied a tax on them. There's a potential for this special tax to be levied for up to 25 years. It's in the language. Anyway, I look at this. This is a lien against families' properties, their home. People have moved there not realizing that a levy is going to come after. This is just not good for families. And we all know what the situation is for all of California. The inflation. The community is already so burdened with taxes, and there's going to be more bond measures on the ballots to vote on. The inflation is unsustainable, so I cannot, in good conscience, approve levying an additional tax on the very people we were elected to represent. We need to live within our own means, just like we expect the families to live within their own. My motion would be no to levy this special tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Reyes, can you clarify what the levy is for the special tax?
Yeah, so in essence, it's exactly the same as it's a Melrose CFD, and so with the new developments, for example, everything that we have in East Lake and all those new areas, the homeowner, when they build the houses, they levy a special tax, which is the CFD, but it's called the Melrose. And when the homeowner buys the property, they understand it's a specific amount that is to be paid off in X amount of years. And that is divided among different things. Part of it is for schools and education, etc. So that's in all the new developments. That's what they use.
Yes, I had a Melrose. When I purchased the home that I moved into, it had already been in effect a few years. And the scariest part, I think, is to know that if a person has hard times, people fall into hard times, that their home, they can get their home foreclosed for not paying it. I read the attachments, and I just can't do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the tax levy or the motion to read by the title only? I have a motion by Trustee Bishop, a second by Vice President Fernandez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Did you say aye? Okay. All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. The vote approving the motion is approved. The ordinance will be presented for the second reading title only. The title of the ordinance reads as follows. Ordinance of the Community Facilities District Number 10 of the Chula Vista Elementary School District authorizing the levy of a special tax within the Community Facilities District Number 10. Do I have a motion for adoption of this ordinance?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Clerk Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Any abstentions? Motion carries 4-1. This matter related to the Communities Facilities District Number 10 is now complete. The board will no longer be acting as the legislative body of Community Facilities District Number 10 for the remaining items of this agenda. Item 12, administrative action items. Dr. Reyes, and before we go over that, just as we recommended Trustee Bishop, Trustee Fernandez not participate, recuse himself, that we're also offering you the option, Trustee Bishop.
I'm sorry, to recuse myself from the discussion?
Well, from voting and discussion, it would be the entire item.
With the stipulation that the letters are read aloud for transparency. I will excuse myself.
Dr. Reyes?
So on or about July 11th, 2024, attorney...
I'm sorry, is that a yes? That we're reading the letters?
Yes, don't just read it, I'm going to go over the whole letter, and read it and explain it.
Does that include the letter from Cannon?
So we're only approve it, if I can you pass the letters? So the item, the motion. Can you?
All right. My only concern is that neither the letter nor the original letter were presented within the agenda. So for transparency's sake, I'm asking that both the original cease and desist letter and cure and correct letter be read aloud, as well as the response letter.
So the only, the item, I'm sorry, the item is specifically to approve the letter in response to the letter that we received. So right now, we're acting as the body, as the district, to approve or not approve a response to an
Kind of
attorney's
out of
request.
order, right? It's being presented out of order because this is the administrative hearing, a part where we approve the letter to respond, like we have to say, okay, this is okay for you to respond. And then in item 14 is where it's the information on the cure and correct.
So the information could include the original letter from KG Law SD APC. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
I need to look at the,
Madam President, it would be out of order to include additional item that has not been presented to the public
and,
at this item.
And then we would be in
It
violation
would be in
again.
another violation.
Exactly.
And it would
So at this
perpetuate
point,
the cycle.
This response letter has not been presented to the public because it was not included in the agenda.
So this response, if anybody from the public would like to have a copy of this letter,
DRA.
or they can just, in fact, anybody here that would like a copy, they can see Araceli and they would receive a copy, or anybody that's watching us, if they would like a copy, they can contact Araceli and she'll be happy to provide them with a letter, with a copy of that letter.
Okay. I will step out. I'm going to leave a copy of both letters on that table over there. Let me know when to come back in, if anybody wants to see it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So on or about July 11th, 2024, Attorney Goltikin issued a cease and desist cure and correct letter to the board contending that the board incorrectly, 1, discussed topics in closed session which were not on the agenda, 2, failed to properly specify agenda items, and 3, excluded board members from closed session. This agenda item is to approve the letter in response to the letter from Attorney Goltikin sent on behalf of Trustee Kate Bishop. So I will go over the letter with the board. And does everybody have a copy?
Yes.
Okay. So paragraph 1 and 2 are basically the standard verbiage taken straight from the Brown Act. And would you like me to read it? Yes. Dear Mr. Goltikin, the Chula Vista Elementary School District has received your cease and desist cure and correct letter dated July 11th, 2024, alleging that the district violated the Brown Act by discussing topics that were not on the agenda, failing to properly specify agenda items, and excluding board members from closed session. Please accept this correspondence as the district's unconditional commitment pursuant to California Government Code Section 54960.2. Paragraph 2. After careful review of your letter and facts and circumstances relevant to your letter, we have concluded that the following described past action of the Board of Education violated the Ralph M. Brown Act. And, okay, so I'll read it and then I'll explain it. Discussing topics in closed session which are not on the agenda by commenting on litigation against an individual board member during the May 2024 closed session and discussing an item in closed sessions during June 22, 2024 closed session when the closed session portion of the agenda did not include the following bolded language: conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and then on bold, initiation of litigation pursuant to, and then continue, Government Code 54956.9, subsection D4, 1, and bold case. So paragraph 3 describes where we believe, the district believes that past action of the Board of Education violated the Ralph M. Brown Act. There are two parts to this. The first part is that at the May 2024 board meeting, during closed session, there was a discussion which was not on the agenda. Moving forward, the board has its conditional commitment to only discuss topics on the agenda during closed session. The second part deals with a closed agenda item at the June 2024 meeting. Although the board item was listed and read very closely to how it should have read, it was missing a few words. It read, Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Governing Code 54956.9, subsection D4, 1. It was missing the following words: initiation of litigation pursuant to, and also the word case. It should have read, Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Initiation of Litigation pursuant to Governing Code 54956.9, subsection D4, 1, case. Paragraphs 4 and 5 were taken strictly from the Brown Act, obviously changing the name of the district, which reads, in order to avoid unnecessary litigation and without admitting any violation to the Ralph M. Brown Act, the Board of Education of the Chula Vista Elementary School District hereby unconditionally commits that it will cease, desist from, and not repeat the challenged specific past action as described above. Next paragraph. The Board of Education of the Chula Vista Elementary School District may rescind his commitment only by a majority votes of its membership taken in open session at a regular meeting and noticed on its posted agenda as, quotes, rescission of Brown Act commitment, end quotes. You will be provided with written notice sent by any means or media you provide in response to this message to whatever address or addresses you specify of any intention to consider rescinding this commitment at least 30 days before any such regular meeting. In the event that this commitment is rescinded, you will have the right to commence legal action pursuant to subdivision A of section 54960 of the Government Code. That notice will be delivered to you by the same means as this commitment, or may be mailed to an address that you have designated in writing. So the next, so paragraphs 6, 7, and 8. So I will read it and then I'll talk about it. In your letter, you also contend, if the Board of Education determines there is a conflict of interest, the law requires public identification of the conflict to be made orally during open session before the board goes into closed session. Government Code 18707A1. We assume your contention relates to Title II, California Code of Regulations, Section 18707A1, as Government Code 18707 does not apply in this case. Title II, California Code of Regulations, Section 18707A1, requires individual board members to publicly identify the financial interests that give rise to conflicts of interest. That provision was not implicated in this instance. please note that the board is not required to identify the potential parties when discussing anticipated litigation in closed session. Rather, the agenda need only specify the number of potential cases that will be discussed under that item. See Government Code Section 54954.1. I'm sorry, 54.5. So paragraphs 6, 7, and 8, Attorney Golketing makes a reference to Government Code 18707 A1 as it pertains to public identification of conflict of interest. On the letter, it is noted that such code does not apply in this instance. Paragraph 9 refers to the district not being required to identify potential parties when discussing anticipated litigation in closed session. Paragraph 10, please note the board cured and corrected the discussion during the May 22-24 closed session by discussing that matter in open session at its August 14, 2024 meeting. It is unnecessary for the board to take further cure and correct actions at this time. So this paragraph, so it's kind of backwards the way it is, but that's the way it needs to be. Basically, it refers to how in the following board action item, we will be curing and correcting the discussion that took place during the May 22, 2024 board meeting during closed session by discussing that matter in open session. Once corrected, it will be unnecessary for the board to take any further actions. In closing, it bears noting that your correspondence includes several other allegations and arguments. Please do not interpret the board's silence concerning any of those allegations and arguments as our acquiescence to them, as the board strenuously objects to them, but has determined response to them in this correspondence is unnecessary. So, as stated, so this last paragraph discusses that although Attorney Golketing letter includes several other allegations and arguments, the board's silence concerning any of these allegations and arguments do not mean agreement. In fact, the district strenuously objects to them and has determined response to them in this correspondence is unnecessary. And then last part, thank you again for your attention to this important matter. As always, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to call. Sincerely, Lucy Ugarte, Board President, Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education.
Are there any questions or comments before we make a motion?
I have a question. So, is this the letter that you just read that you're referring to that's going to be made available to the public?
Yes.
Okay, and the previous letter that Trustee Bishop?
That is not part of this board item.
Okay, thank you. But I do want to also concur that the allegations in that previous letter are false.
So the position of the district, as stated in this letter, is that allegation 1 and 2, the one that we discussed, and the ones that we are curing and correcting, it'll be cured correct in the following item. However, the rest of the allegations, we strenuously object to them.
With that said, I move to approve.
I'll second.
Moved by Clerk Tamayo, seconded by Vice President Fernandez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-1 recusal. bring her back in.
Well,
See if we're-
can we go to the next one, or
We can go to the next one.
if the board approves?
We can move to the next item.
Let's move to the next item.
Information on cure and correct closed session discussion on May 22nd, 2024. Closed session, Dr. Reyes.
Is someone going to get trustee
She's
Bishop?
still
No,
recused.
it's still part.
Still recused. Yeah, she can be here.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Yes, Dr. Reyes is.
Yeah, give me 1 second. So, I'm sorry, which one was that?
14A.
Okay. So, again, same thing as before, on July 11, 2024, there was a cease and desist, a cure and correct letter to the Board of Education containing that the board incorrectly discussed topics in closed session, which were not on the agenda. So, in order to correct in order to cure and correct, we have to discuss or make public what it was discussed in a general comment, what was said during closed session. So we will cure and correct this matter by describing the relevant discussion that took place in open session. Is this an action item? It's not, right?
No, this is
no.
an information.
So just information item. During the May 2024 closed session meeting, I brought to the attention of the board that it had come to my attention from different sources that one trustee had been spreading false rumors about the district and other trustees. That these false allegations and rumors could be damaging to the reputation and image of the district. In addition, I shared that since these false accusations and rumors were being spread by a trustee, that could impact the district negatively. I did not identify the trustee by name who had been spreading the rumors. There was some discussion from the board, and it was disclosed and confirmed by other board members that the trustee who had been spreading the false allegations and rumors about the Chula Vista School District and other trustees from the Chula Vista School District was trustee Kate Bishop. One of the trustees asked for the discussion to stop and seek legal counsel to see if there was any possible impact to the district or if there was any possible legal action that could be taken to protect the district. Discussion ended at this point.
And the person who asked for the legal was myself.
I believe Trustee Fernandez also did as well. No? Okay.
I
So
didn't speak, y'all.
okay. So it was
It was
Trustee
Trustee
Dominguez.
Tamayo that asked us to stop having the conversation because it was beyond the scope of closed session. So thank you for that, sir.
Both. So I knew it was two. I know you always course correct us. And this is only in reference, this item, right, to the May 22nd.
So the cure and correct is to cure and correct what was discussed in closed session on May 22nd, closed session, since the discussion was not on the agenda.
Okay, and then.
So now we have disclosed the general information about that discussion.
June 22nd aspect of it.
Hmm?
This part. He also argues, among other things, this part.
So, yes, the attorney also argues, among other things, that the board improperly excluded a board member from the June 22nd, 2024 closed session. Through this item, the board will correct and cure its May 22, 2024 closed session by discussion by describing the relevant discussions in open session pursuant to Government Code Section 54960.1. The information provided in this item shall not be construed as admissible as evidence of violation of Government Code Section 54950 through 54963.
Right. So do we have to discuss what was the brief discussion that was had on June 22nd?
So the brief discussion that was we had in closed session June 2024 was regarding the if there was any possible legal ramifications that could be taken, one, to protect the district against false accusations and the spreading of false accusations and the spreading of false rumors against the district and against other trustees, and the possible legal implication, if there were any, against such trustee, in this case trustee Kate Bishop, for spreading false accusations and spreading false rumors against Chula Vista Elementary School District and the trustees of the Chula Vista Elementary School District.
So, and at that time, we asked the questions in closed session of legal counsel if there were any implications to the spreading of false rumors by a board member, and the negative impact it would have on the district. And we were told that unless that there was no, there was really nothing more
Pretty much that there was a high bar due to being elected officials. There was a high bar to the commenting or making false accusations against the district for there to be legal action.
And that's an accurate summation of what was happening in closed session. Okay, so we've addressed May 22nd and June 12th.
Correct.
As the cure and correct.
As the cure and correct.
Okay.
And again, this information only to cure and correct.
Right. So this information item serves as the cure and correct for the disclosure of the agenda item. We are now at item 14B, the report calendar to the Board of Education. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, would you like to see any reports or any reports in future board meetings or anything in a Friday update?
Excuse me. The forensic audit of our contracts, I know that we are going to meet, forgot the name of where we're going to have that presentation. Was it Brookwood Group?
Yes.
Right. Is that going to then take us to the contracts?
So right now they're at a very early stage, so we're not even talking about contracts.
All right. Thank you.
Right now it's just that presentation is what are some thoughts? This is where we are.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The other piece is the deficit that we're now facing with the budget at the state level. So in light of this $20 million deficit that we're now looking at, and I know you explained that that we were probably more at 15 million deficit because there was 5 million that you believed were going to be able to address quickly. But I'm still concerned, so I'm wondering if we should, or I believe that we should relook at our 24-25 district budget.
Yeah, so Mr. Pong has and that was what. I'm sorry. Yeah, so Mr. Pong has been working very diligently, and that's what we're doing. In regards to doing two things. One is where we are now. So right now he's finishing up, or I think you're finished with the unaudited actuals, which you're going to be presenting next month. Next month.
Okay.
And then based on that, he's also looking at the projected budget for next year, and looking at what actions we need to take. I mean, we do have one-time monies, and so but I think we need to be proactive in the sense of we shouldn't wait 3 years to take action. We need to take gradual action to make sure that we continue being in good fiscal status.
Okay. So then we're speaking about getting that follow-up budget report, but then I think we should also call out, we need to report out to the community where the cuts are going to be so that it's clear, since we presented a different budget before. Okay.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that as we get closer to probably December, that's when we're looking at, really looking at where are we and what are some decisions based on I don't want to call it cuts, I want to make it, I want to say reductions, because cuts.
Changes.
Yeah, reductions or because there are a lot of things that we're doing right now that, you know, we're just being more streamlined. And so by being streamlined, we're actually cutting costs.
Right. Thank you.
But yes,
And
absolutely.
the other report is, I'd like a public update on what we've previously discussed with that TNT Consulting.
He actually has an update.
Thank you.
Yes.
For the public, why don't you let the public know what this is about?
Yes.
Right. So it was requested that the district look into the Otay landfill and the potential emissions that are coming from the Otay landfill.
And the sewage from Tijuana.
And the waterfront, that's which.
In the waterfront. And so we have reached out to our consultant, T&T Consulting, who does our environmental testing. And so they're in the process of preparing a report to first kind of provide information about the environmental laws and what emissions monitoring systems are required of the landfill and the sewage, and then what agencies are responsible for monitoring those, their impact, and then what those agencies are already doing. So the landfill and the water plant, what they're already doing to mitigate some of those impacts on the environment, and what areas of non-compliance there are. So then from there, we can see what, as a school district, we should be concerned with, and then also better know what we should be testing for and advocating for, and to who we should be advocating to.
That's a long way around to just going and setting up some machines or whatever equipment there is that needs to be set up and just tell me if it stinks or not. And are these particulates harmful to a human being, right? Why do we have to go beat around the bush? I just don't get this stuff. I don't get it. There has to be a shortcut to this.
Well, I think because it's subjective, so there are requirements and levels.
But the machine won't be subjective.
Right. And so,
yeah.
So we have to see, you know, what they're doing to mitigate it first, because they do have, you know, they can mitigate their emissions and things
Right.
like that.
If I could encourage us to mitigate them as to how much money they spend trying to tell us what they could do, instead we tell them what to do. We're paying, so we tell them, we're the boss. We tell them what to do. Thank you. That really, it smells so bad. And with this heat, it's horrible.
So the people mitigating is not TNT. I'm talking about the people from the landfill and.
Oh,
correct?
yeah.
Correct.
They say it's fine. You know, they even said they sprayed something out there to.
There's a cover and there's.
Yeah, right. You know, when was the last time you sprayed Febreze on your stinky clothes? Right? It smelled. It still didn't go away. Let's just address this, please. So the other is, I know we're keeping our eyes out on the solar panels at the Sweetwater Reservoir. I just didn't want us to not watch for that. That's something that keeps coming up. And again, all of our west side schools and the southbound and some on the east of the 805, that's where we get our water. And those particulates and these solar panels, I think we need to be more proactive in ensuring that we're protecting our drinking water for our staff and our children. Okay, and the Aspire program update, I wanted to find out where we are with that. I wasn't sure. I understood there was an Aspire teachers. Where are we doing? Are they still participating, not participating?
So we have two Aspires. We have the Aspire of the school and Aspire of
the teachers.
The program. Oh, Ms. Romero.
Yes.
That's yours.
So, well, if you can give it to the report now, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I can provide an update on our weekly, just to let you know, our Aspire program is in full swing right now. So our first year last year was our implementation year. We had 10 teachers. This year we have 19 that are going through the program. And so really, this program gives opportunity to those that typically wouldn't have been able to either
Right.
afford college or take the time off because whatever family reasons they have. This year we have 19. Over the next 3 years, we have 19 more, 20 more students. So when we're all said and done, we're going to home grow about 90 teachers.
Could you explain what it is for public?
Yes. So the Aspire program is an opportunity primarily to allow people who have their bachelor's degree or approaching their bachelor's degree that are able to do their student teaching in a residency style program. So the residency style program, so like typical student teaching, like when most of us who were teachers became teachers, we basically had to take off 9 weeks from school or from work to do a lower primary grade, then an upper grade, or if we were in middle school and then high school. But we never got to see what the first day of school looked like, and we never got to see what the last day of school looked like, and we never got to see what parent conferences really looked like. This program is a residency program, so starting from day one, our student teachers are in with their master teachers to the last day of school, and they're in there a full year. The program is designed that 3 days of the week they're teaching, 1 day of the week they're doing their homework, if you will, their classwork, and then the 5th day is dedicated to community work, so reaching out to basically home growing our community schools throughout the district. So we're super happy to be involved in this. I'm going to let the board know at this time, even though you didn't ask, and I apologize, Dr. Reyes, for sharing this in real time with you as well. But one of our partners, National University, they also have a community schools grant that we were looking at doing with them, and they offered this to a different district to kind of spread the wealth. Well, that different district had a failure to perform, and we have now been awarded a $3 million grant with Nashville to continue that to continue our community school work that we're going to be doing that. So I'm going to give a full update at our next board meeting, a meeting with Dr. Lee, who I've partnered with over the last decade with multiple opportunities for growth of their educational program and partnering with us. But we're super excited to share that with you guys, and next week we'll give a full update. Next month we'll give a full update to the board.
See, now aren't you guys glad that I asked so many questions? Trustee Fernandez didn't agree. I'm joking. A cell phone usage, and I was looking for updates from our policy committee to see about the cell phone usage. I've got to say, when even Governor Newsom says we need to restrict the use of iPhones during classroom time, and he's usually the last one to jump on board on some of these things. And I mean, if you read the letter that he just issued yesterday about the excessive smartphone use amongst youth is linked to increased anxiety, which the Attorney General for the United States had already talked about, increased depression and other mental health issues, and even a recent Pew Research Center survey found that 72% of high schoolers and 33% of middle school teachers report cell phone distractions as a major problem. Common Sense Media found that 97% of the students use their phone during school day for a medium of 43 minutes. It goes on, but he sent out a letter and it's posted on the government website. But I'm looking to see what kind of measures or policies we can put out there to support our principals, to give them the I guess the support they need to be able to take action, the teachers, our classified staff, everyone needs the support. So
Governor Newsom has taken a strong position regarding cell phones and social media usage. However, there's still 2 Senate bills working its way through the Senate that are very different from each other. So we're looking at those 2 and see how that could impact the potential policy that we might put in place, because those Senate bills actually mandate that we have a policy, but the policy, how it would be structured, it would be different. So we're waiting a little bit on it. We do have eyes and visibility on what the language could be, but we're waiting for those two bills
Okay.
to resolve.
He does make reference to AB 272.
Yes.
So, yes. So I wanted us to keep it up there because it's just to help with this rigorous approach to academics. It's only going to support our efforts. And the dress attire code. I know I brought it up before the school started, but wow, have you guys been out there during the heat? It just got that much more difficult and more distractive. If you go out there, the kids are still playing volleyball in whatever little piece of cloth they're wearing. They're still playing tetherball. They're playing soccer. They're wearing nose rings, wearing earrings, of course, things that can actually, that's dangerous. I mean, I wouldn't wear this wearing tetherball. Ouch, right? So some things are dangerous, and it's not just about the girls. The boys should not be showing their bottoms. They shouldn't be showing their chest. It's not anything to do with that. It's about what's appropriate and not distractful. So that I was looking for that piece of part of the board policy. We were looking for that a couple of months ago. Thank you. That's it for the reports.
I just want to once again ask for a presentation on VAPA and what our new plan is for the VAPA program, bringing in somebody to lead it, who, and then what changes we're making to the program, please. Not on a board report, but in a presentation, please.
I would like a report. It could be a Friday update on the status of playgrounds, especially in the West schools. I want to see what the condition they are, what are we doing to repair them, those that are able to be repaired, and then what is the plan to upgrade them or replace them, because as you know, most of those West schools do not have parks nearby in those communities, and sometimes the playground at the school is the only park area that they have. So I'm interested in looking at that and having a plan. So if I can get an update from the district on what is our plan and what it would cost to actually do that plan. Thank you.
I would just add to that, again, I want to know what schools have playgrounds that are in disrepair, and while we look at a long-term solution, are there any affordable temporary solutions so that the kids have something to play on? So thank you for that. As we move towards staff housing, as we have a bond coming up in November, I would like an in-person presentation to the board by our project labor management groups. I want to know who they are, what projects they're managing here in the district, in other school districts. I'd like to know what processes they have in place to keep a project on schedule and also, most importantly, on budget. So I would like that presentation to the board. In a Friday update, I would ask that information about combo classes be added to the site enrollment information. I think is it weekly site enrollment? Yeah, I want to see where these combo classes are at and what grade levels. And it's not just You Miss Good and Liberty. There's definitely other emails I'm getting from other sites about combo classes. It's been ongoing since I've become a board member that I get that yearly as the school year starts. Okay. All right, that's it. And with that, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn by Vice President Fernandez and a second by Trustee Tamayo. We need 2/3 to approve the motion to adjourn. All those in favor of approving their motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All those abstaining?
Sorry, I got in late, but I said aye.
Okay. So motion, did you vote, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes? Okay. Motion carries 5-0. So we need to vote again because we approved that they can do that. So because we have to have 2/3. So all those in favor, would you like to make your motion again? Or?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right. All those in favor of adjourning at 9:17, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.